Alright, hello, hello. We're gonna be getting started. Welcome back to another Team Wars 2 cast where I am covering Team Wars 2. Oftentimes joined with people, but not this time. At least someone may hop in. I don't know if that's going to pan out, but if it happens, then it happens. Anyway, we're on the final week of games. This is week 9. This is the second cast. I'm going to bring 2 more sets out of the 3 remaining. We'll save the last one for its own occasion. So we'll get started because we're going to be here for a little bit, right? Our first set's going to be Bladham's Miscalculators. And then they're facing the Rook and the Rollers. So just to introduce the teams once more, Bladham's Miscalculators, stand-in captained by Crazed, who's kind of stepped off to play Diablo 4 and satisfy their Diablo addiction, but they were managing things. Other than that, we have Decoy, Chocobo, Mogwai, Incognito, Zowie, and Zezetel. On the Bladham's Miscalculators side. On the Rook and Rollers side, captained by Poncho, Solo Man Manga, Tepid Kong, Henry Cater, Monk Business, Nicolarin, and Improbable Blob. So these are the 2 teams that are facing off for this set of games. As far as statistics go, Rook and Rollers, they're currently out of top 4 contention. However, they're making quite the... they're on a win streak at the moment towards the end here. It's unfortunate it's towards the end, but it's something. And they're going to be looking to deny Bladham's Miscalculators. Bladham's Miscalculators is in the 4-win group, I believe. Let me take a look at stats. Yeah, they're in the 4-win group. 4-4. Gonna be looking to secure this win. If they can win, they have a chance at making it into the top 4. But it's gonna depend on the results of the other games, including some of the ones we saw the other day. But yeah, we'll see. It's a bit of a long shot, but they could take it. Actually, I think they're 5-3 as of this week, not 4-4. So I got the wrong number there. But anyway, we're gonna load in to their decks as soon as I get their decks here on screen. Which of course their decks are very teensy tiny, so I need to make them grow larger before I switch the scene for all of you to see. Thank goodness for studio mode in OBS. Okay, do I have the right? This should be the correct ones. So Bladham's Miscalculators side, they're bringing in Magmar first. Don't see Magmar as a lead too often, so this is pretty interesting start. Lock Magmar, this is your typical mid-range stuff. What's up, Cody? You don't really care, but the title has one of the teams wrong? Shit. What team did I put on the title? Oh, I put Senile Streamers. That's because I copy-pasted the thing, and I just, like, overwrote the previous title, and Senile Streamers was yesterday. Pretty sure. There we go. We've got the teams corrected. Thanks for pointing it out. Anyway, yeah, mid-range Magmar list. We've seen this Lady Lock list numerous times now in the tournament. It's pretty decent. There are Nat Selects in this deck. I think a good thing to include. On the other side, we have Spell Abyss, and they live up to their name. So I guess the Rock and Rollers are trying something new. I've never seen Spell Abyss before. We've got Mana Forgers for discounting said spells, Prismatic Illusionist, but not really an Arcanist deck. There is still Sarlacc. I'm noticing Shadow Dancer, although with no Wraithling Swarm, they don't have that many minions. I guess Shadow Dancer works kind of nice with Illusionist duplicating itself. So yeah, very interesting list. All kinds of spells featured here. I'm seeing Deathfire Crescendo, I'm seeing Rite of the Undervault, and Darkfire Sack, as well as the copy of Breath of the Unborn. So we'll have to see how this goes. Not sure how Magmar will fare against a Spell Abyssian. This is a pretty unique list. Monk Business on the left as Spell Abyss. It's true, only 2 metas to deal with Sarlacc. On the flip side, not sure if Sarlacc is that big of a deal. Yeah, there are 2 Shrouds as well in the Magmar list, so they have options for anti-Sarlaccing. Zazel piloting Magmar for the Blatham's Miscalculators. While they are setting stuff up, I can do some side things here that I needed to do earlier but did not. Okay, what are we waiting on? Yeah, those look like pretty good replaces. You have your Mana Forger, turn 1, so that must be pretty nice for Monk Business. We'll have to see if they do a defensive opener. No, they just do a traditional on the diagonal tile, despite it being a Forger. You face in Magmar, they probably... well, they've been neglecting Nat Select and stuff, so they probably don't answer it, yeah. We have Dreamgazer turn 1 synergy as player 2. Dreamgazer slightly better on player 2 side turn 1 as opposed to player 1 side turn 1. Although still not in the best position to do anything on the next turn normally, unless center is taken. It checks center on player 2's side, unlike player 1 side. I mean, technically player 1 side does check center, but because they go first, nothing is going to be there more often than not. Zaze seems to be debating if they're tapping out, yeah, on the second Mystic or not. I like the conga line. Looking good, nice and neutrally. Lots of threats on board. None of them actually that threatening, but they're there. Monk Business only has a Mana Forger to their name. They can cast. This is pretty deep. They can do a free Void Pulse. Just developing Sarlacc Center makes a lot of sense. Mana Forger backing off so that it can stick around. So while it's not often utilized in Abyss's current spell pool, I would say does allow it to work. Probably an underutilized concept or unexplored largely is Mana Forger and like an aggro list. Because if you can discount Dark Seeds and Shadow Reflections, it can be very dangerous. And I think Mana Forger would fit in well. Especially if you're doing a Rite of the Undervault style deck. But alas, not a very popular thing to try. Zaze with the Nat Select, just wiping out the Mana Forger, not bothering to displace the Sarlacc, just gonna leave it alone there. What's up, Nick? Welcome on in. You're just in time. So Monk Business can they can take out the Mystic. Yeah, Zay kind of just left it there to get offered. Blocked the bottom mono tile from a walk-on, but just arrived. What do I think of your deck? Alright, you're on a spell. You're a rook and roller. I mean, it's very interesting. I was saying quite a unique concept. I'm curious how it's going to perform. You sad about the Forger dying turn? Would have been so crazy. What, you want a double Forger? I like the kissy face. Zay responding to another summoning with the Metamorphosis. That's gonna be the Sarlacc problem. Squelched, quashed. I'm trying to use some other words. Oh yeah, you could have afforded Banish and Nether because of the discount. That would have been 5 mana with the mono tile if the Forger had stuck. That would have been pretty gnarly. 3 copies of Sarlacc made. Well, one would have resurrected itself, but 2 extra copies of Sarlacc made. You know, if you're doing Sarlacc memes, then Mana Forger probably a good addition to a Sarlacc deck, honestly. Probably a really good addition. Deathfire Crescendo not going to be that good here. Magma is going to transform back at the end of the turn. Or at the start of their opponent's turn. And we'll lose the buffs. But you can do some minion development here. Might want to consider Macintor playing around it. The sad part of playing these cards at the moment is Spirit Harvester is gonna shit all over this. Alright. I like the attempt, but Spirit Harvester still deals with this situation, unfortunately, for Monk Business. I wouldn't even move if I was Zay. I would just like put Harvester above Lilith. Harvester won't kill the Mystic, but everything else will die. You wanted us to Sarlacc to sack our Magma here for full-size Forger. Oh, sack the Magma. If you did sack the Magma, it certainly would have changed Zay's response on that turn. They would have had to if Mercantored and hit the Sarlacc, or not the Sarlacc, the Mana Forger. Then your Illusionist would have stayed alive. And since Mystic survives the Spirit Harvester 2 damage to all minions on board ability, it makes sense to put it on the bottom because you don't want it to get hit. It would have been nicer up above just for positional advantage against Lilith, but it's fine considering the circumstances. Monk Business can deal with this. Gonna cost them most of their turn though, leave them with only a Jaxi development. Isn't necessarily bad. I would think a worthwhile investment. Actually sacrificing Jaxi to get the ranged body. And then sending Mystic away to hang out, which makes a lot of sense. There is a Shadow Dancer in hand. You have other cards you would like to put in the corner. On Zay's part, I suppose, if he wanted to, you could like Nat select Lady Lock 2-drop, maybe replace something first and go for a Lady Lock play instead. Mercantor seems really obvious though. Mercantor push 4 damage on the enemy general on the monk business. And take out the mini Jax token. See, that's a pretty solid replace. I would strongly consider this Lady Lock turn. It's one of the most powerful Lady Locks in the game currently. Her plus Magmar's faction minions on 7. And that'll be very hard for Abyss to deal with. Zay seems to think similarly. Triple Mercantor ready to go. How does Monk get out of this scenario? They're not dead yet, but things are looking... Well, that's a good start. That's a pretty nice replace. So you can sack your Mystic to kill Phalanxar with the Banish. You can whip the young Silithar away, and then you can kill the Lady Lock core body. Keep your mini Jax alive. It looks like we're thinking about Shadow Dancer. If you play Shadow Dancer, you can only play Lure with it. This is probably okay. Yeah, I don't know what you lure in this situation. Phalanxar is the chosen one. You could have saved your mini Jaxi. I guess it gets saved anyway. Yeah, this works. Just use the Mystic on Silithar. And mini Jax takes out the egg. Okay, I do like this turn. Shadow Dancer, always a pain in the ass for Magmar to deal with. They do not have any efficient answers for killing it. So if it's left out in the open like that, Mercantor trades into it poorly. 6 mana to delete a 5 mana card. Yeah, I think that was more than an okay answer. That was a pretty good turn. Monk Business did. I like it a lot. So, do we Mercantor or Mercantor? Perhaps Mercantor. The real question is, will Zay not select the 1/1 after they Mercantor? I feel like Zazatel doesn't really have much of a choice. I mean, you could leave it up, but the benefit... There's no benefit to leaving it up, yeah? They don't have another play to make. It's not even a good Mac there. No, it's not a good Mercantor. I would say Monk Business is in an okay position at the moment. They really only have this Lady Lock holding them down, and the young Silithar was developed, which isn't the end of the world. Could do a Deathfire Crescendo play. They have 8 mana. Jaxi can Ritual Banish into something. You could actually Ritual Banish into the young Silithar. Deathfire Crescendo will allow Mini Jacks to kill Lady Locke, and then you can use your general to take out the egg. Might be a good idea. It looks like we're killing the Lady Locke first. I mean, the order you do this in doesn't really matter. I think the results are the same. Literally the same. Here comes Phalanxar. Slowly trudging back into battle. Now he's probably dead for the rest of this relevant match. Monk replaced their second thing. Metamorphosis. So they do have a meta. But besides that one metamorphosis, they have 2 shrouds. They need to find a shroud or a meta. They're actually not 100% screwed to this thing. Granted, it's an 11 attack ranged minion, and he only has 16 HP. So he might just be dead. I'm pretty sure he's probably dead, right? Darkfire Sack. I don't know. Grasp of Agony's not killing enough stuff on this turn, right? I'm surprised Darkfire Sack was the replace there, because that was a guarantee kill with Mana Forger. So that's 13, 14, 15 attack. You only needed one more. One more damage. It's always one. It's always one off lethal. Alright, looks like Vath gets to live today. Look at that screen shake as the power of Husky Giga Chad Jax shoots the minion. Did not replace into the answer, so is dead. One off. Yeah, you were one off, unfortunately. I feel like should have kept the Darkfire Sack down, replaced the Grasp. You weren't going to die there if you didn't answer both minions. You could just walk away from the one guy and shoot Mercantor if you didn't get it. Ah, there's Shroud. One turn too late. Damn, Zayzay in such a good position too. So, Void Pulse now targets your own things, and we drew Vorpal. Sorry, I mean Spectral Revenant. So Spectral Revenant will win the game. Could have just went face with it. I was gonna say Void Pulse can kill. Yeah, we see them doing it too. Gotta maximize damage here. Can kill the illusion and buff your Deathfire Crescendoed minion. So that's looking good for Zayzay, but Deathfire Crescendo got carried away. One of the reasons why I'm surprised it's not used more often. It is probably the most powerful buffing card in the game. Period. It was rivaled with Twin Fang, and then Twin Fang got nerfed. Anyway. Gonna move on to game 2. Magmar went down. Vanar is coming in. You can tell this is a Crazed submitted Vanar list, even though Crazed is currently benched because it's got that orangey color that I have no idea how or why. Only Craze lists have this orange color. You can look through the posted decks and you'll find Craze list real easy when you find this orange color. Anyway, can't see the name of the deck, so it's some kind of Vanor list. We have I mean, there's a lot of late game stuff. There's some artifacts in here. One copy of Winter Blade, right? Is that what that one's called? Couple of Snowpiercers. A lot of big things. No Crystal with ramp. I guess it's not a ton of big things. It's a couple Zurails, a couple trees, and then some 5-mana cards. Goes up in the 4. So would this be like a mid-range Vanor featuring artifacts? Perhaps. Let's load in game 2 and see how this does against Spell Abyssian. I have no idea. Spell Abyssian. How many dispels and shit were in this deck? There's 2 chromatics and 3 Hailstone Prisons, I think I'm seeing that correctly. No Shrouds. So 5 answer cards and 3 flash freezes to stall a Deathfire Crescendo. Zay Tell back for revenge in game 2. If this is the set I'm thinking it is, there will be some unusual circumstances, but both teams agreed to it. So since they're okay with it, I was okay with it. I think we see a couple players play 3 times. Normally you're only allowed to play twice. But instead of taking the free victory, they wanted to play it out, so, you know, it's fine by me. I think both sides make use of that against each other, too. We'll see if this is that set. The Jaxie is back, yeah. Jaxie's back. Monk has no answer to the Iraqi right away. Also, not capable of taking center to protect the mini Jaxie token, so probably wants to do a little bit more of a defensive play. Since you're facing Vanor, you might want to not play that Sarlacc, because Chromatic Hold likely exists in their deck. You may want to consider... You could double up on Mystic. You could actually play Mystics in a way that your mini-Jax is protected. No, I'm lying. You can't do that. Never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding. Alright, so we're going Mystic Sarlacc. Makes sense. It's on curve. Makes use of both mana tiles. It's a good ramp. Nick saying we could have just conceded that Songhai deck when Poncho had to leave, but there's a chance it can beat Lyo. Stay tuned to find out if it did. Yeah, there's always a chance. Like I said, as long as your opponents were fine with it, I am also fine with it. Just figured I would mention the details for the audience that tune in down the road on YouTube or whatever. Zay could ignore Sarlacc for a turn. You know, you don't have to answer it right away. You could develop your Naga if you want to develop your Naga and do quite a lot of face damage. Looks like we're concerned with you could get almost a full clear. You play Naga down and move your Iraqi up to take out the Healing Mystic. You could clear if you want to. No Sans Sarlacc. Actually, cashing in on the 5 damage face. Sarlacc has a good spawn, so can clean up Araki. Ideally, he probably wanted that to be somewhere it couldn't hit Araki, so Mystic had to take it out. We might see a very cute sacrifice into Mana Forger into Nether Summoning play here. Not sure. A bit greedy to not CC Sarlacc. Maybe a bit greedy, but you probably don't expect 3 of them to pop up on the following turn. I can understand skipping on dealing with Sarlacc for a turn, because if they dealt with Sarlacc, they didn't play any other card. They had 2 4-mana cards in hand. Yeah, they only have 2 Chromaticals too. Since you've shown Deathfire Crescendo, Chromatical is probably being held for a DFC target instead of a Sarlacc spam. You know, new Void Pulse actually makes the Sarlacc shit slightly stronger. Have people been playing Sarlacc on the ladder with new Void Pulse? I haven't paid attention, but this is something I'm noticing right now. If you have all the right cards in hand, you can have 4 or 5 Sarlaccs on turn 3, which is pretty insane. That's a lot of Sarlacc on turn 3. You follow that up with like a Rite of the Underworld or a Shadow Dancer, and you probably just win. So, for anyone who's looking at Zenrui, which we could see Zenrui go down on a Rocky Headhunter. Normally, you actually don't want to Zenrui Sarlaccs. You're only going to feed the Abyssian engine. It usually doesn't work well in your favor. Looks like Zay is going to nick a Sarlacc though. I would have taken a Rocky, I think, here. And Zenrui's just gonna go down. Now, oh boy, Shadow Dancer. Discounted Shadow Dancer, you can... Damn, if only they had 1 more mana, they could play the Mana Forger and... No, they would need 2 more mana. Never mind, they can't play all of that. If you're only Sarlacc at Zenrui this bad, I don't know. Because you can always get them back with Nether Summoning. You just kill your opponent's Sarlacc and you get a whole bunch respawned on your side. Okay, we're going with a Deathfire Crescendo play. Those are some pretty good draws. I would have strongly considered not luring Zenrui there. Could have lured a Sarlacc to buff your DFC. And then you could have Void Pulsed a Sarlacc. I think Araki attacked first. Yeah, Araki attacked first, so a little bit of a misplay. Missed 2 damage. If you had DFC'd, you would have gotten 2 more damage, and if you hit face, you would have had 2 more damage, but brought Zay down to 4. This is pretty irreparable as is, but could have pushed it further, I think. The whip started, it's understandable. It is Team Wars after all. I'm sure there was some serious team conversation going on. So Zay's kind of screwed. Well, you can save your chromatic hold for a different target now. You don't need to use it on Araki. You can hail stand Araki. Unfortunately, you only have 6 mana, so you need to determine if you're healing on this turn for 4. Or if you're going to remove the Mana Forger, which is maybe scary to leave up. Huh, I'm surprised they took center and didn't like completely back off. They haven't really played enough of this Abyss list yet to rule out Soul Grimoire. I would be a little nervous about standing next to Lilith. But maybe I'm just a damn coward. We do see the heal get played. Could Darkfire sack into an early Revenant? That would be pretty crippling. Undo the healing that just happened. Shadow Dancer can't really fire off on this turn, so you don't need to play it on this turn. If you want, you can cast a free Mana Forger. And then Rite of the Undervault for 1 mana. I don't know if you can empty out your hand a little bit more, but you know, 1 mana refill your hand's pretty sick. Some might say it's really OP. Yeah, I think this is fine though. Zay's gonna be glad they held on the Chromatic Cold. Now they kind of have to use it to deal with Revenant. Or you could double Flash Freeze, I guess. Maybe we'll see double Flash Freeze hit Mana Forger. Whatever Zay decides to do there, they only have a Razorback to develop in hand at the moment. Not the minion you want to see on this kind of a board in this kind of a situation. Alright, they're planning, they're thinking about it. Replaced one of the Flash Freezes into a, I probably would have replaced the Snowpiercer. You're not in range to hit Lilith. What are you gonna punch with your Snowpiercer on this turn? Risky to leave the rev up and even stun because of sack and summoning. Oh yeah, you're right. You are right. It would be like ritual banishing and summoning would be bad too. Looks like Zay's just gonna freeze the Revenant though and play Razorback. The level of play is really top tier. He's saying that sarcastically, Decoy. Also, what's up? How you doing? Chrome Cold taking out the Mana Forger. So Revenant has been left alive. Never punished though. I suppose you could play Mana Forger and then fish for it. No, I don't think you have enough mana to empty your hand again. Shadow Dancer, you get 1 proc. 2 procs if you want to ritual banishing, 3 procs. 4, 5, 6 damage if you go face with Shadow Dancer. So just shy of lethal. Abyss nerf this. Abyss is a completely well-balanced and well-thought faction that everybody loves. Everybody needs their lollies and their big titty goth girlfriends and whatever the hell Maeve is, their BDSMs. You know, when you think of it that way, I guess Abyss does have a rather large gambit covered of preferences. They're perfect. Clearly. So Monk played that turn fairly safe. They could have done more damage, but they walked out of range of Razorback. I don't know how Vanard does 17. It would have been 18 damage. Actually, it would have been like 18, 19 if they had Ritual Banishing instead. You don't think you can lose if you play safe? That's probably true. That's probably true. I wasn't like expecting a really careless play. I'm just surprised you didn't cash in more on the Shadow Dancer on the previous turn. It's not like you really need to, honestly. They say it's trying to get this thing away from him, but it refuses to move from the corner. Sarlacc's like, I'm here, I like it here, and I'm gonna stay here. So good damage trades for Monk business. Can we kill? I'm not sure. You can hit for 2 with Demonic Lure on Fenrir. That's the only thing that can really get in range. So it might be another passive turn. You could just play a bunch of illusions. You know, it works a lot better against not Magmar. This card. Prismatic Illusionist might actually be a viable card if they ever do nerf Spirit Harvester. And I guess Tempest holds it back too. Ooh, nice draws on the Ritual Banishing. Always one-off lethal. Practically a full board clear though. I have no idea what Zay does to come back into this game. Spell Abyss, let's go, new meta. This is a pretty good showing for Spell Abyss right now. You've taken down what I would consider to be probably standard competitive lists and what Bill Adams has brought so far. Alright, Zay's gonna copy a Sarlacc with Zurael. Very good play. Oh no, that wasn't his Sarlacc, never mind. He just hit the enemy Sarlacc. He's gotta use his own Sarlacc to kill an illusion. Right. Monk's a genius. Is this Monk's original creation? Having to throw Zurael away. And Dancing Blade Sarlacc to get it away. Unfortunately, Sarlacc just refuses to move. Once again. What's up, wackos? unnecessary DFC overkill here. But yeah, as they say, we'll go down, so that's going to be 2-1 in favor of the Rook and Rollers. We'll have to see what comes out next. And Bladham's Miscalculators down to factions, bringing in the red team to maybe burst down the Spell Abyssian list before they get carried away. We have thanks for 55. So devs, if you're in chat, Bladham's Miscalculators, whoever's running this deck is thanking you for a 55 card deck. This is not 55 cards though. This is 42 cards, or 43 if you count the general, right? So we got a 43 card, I guess, Arcanist, because there's a one of Albeast list. Very unique. I mean, it's basically a spell high list, but there's an Albeast tapped in and a Ghost Lightning. They basically just added in an Albeast and a Ghost Lightning. There's also only one copy of Ghost Links. Otherwise, it is a spell high list. Just some extra card space being utilized. What are you looking at? Spell Abyss, aka Spell Biss. Spell Biss versus Spell High. Incognito. I'm a little surprised to see Incognito actually pushing over the 40 card limit, but I don't know why. You know, I don't really know Incognito that well. I'm not sure what their thoughts are on strictly adhering to the minimum deck size are. I would just think as a spell high player, right, I would think they don't want to go over that limit. What's up, Calvin? Good evening. Also to you, Smartie, how you doing? And everybody else who's joining in, what is good? You know, if I would not be lazy, maybe I should discount your highlighted message charge to a more reasonable 500 or something. I haven't bothered with it yet. Anyway, Kaido Assassin opener for Incognito. It's always good for Songhai to have. Sarlacc turn 1 though, against Songhai. No dispel in this list that Sarlacc is permanently here to stay. You can't ask for more than that. We'll have to see if Songhai can burst down Abyss before they get carried away. Placed into a 4 wins, I think. So, double 2 drop likely going to happen. You probably hold that inner focus, right? No reason to go that ham yet. Sarlacc, you son of a bitch. You little rascal, you. Yep. Sometimes you take that risk, right? The one in however many tiles. Let me calculate this because I probably should know. It's a 9x5 grid. And I suck at math. It's 1 in 45 minus 3. So 1 in 42 chance odds of hitting that monotile spot. I don't know what the percentage is on that, but I guess I can Google it since I suck at percentages too while we await the next play. 2.3809. So 2.4% chance rounded up. that is pretty astronomically low. But it happened here live on Team Wars. Can't stand this card sometimes. Sarlacc's good stuff, right? He makes funny memories happen like that. Incognito was able to make the best of that spilt milk situation though. Still played both of their 2-mana things. Oh my, a DFC already. Against Songhai on a Mana Forger, and they got it to 8 HP. Well, Incognita is going to have to juxta that away and expend every resource in their arsenal to kill Monk Business before it comes back to get them. Or they could replace into a potential lethal here. They have 2, 4, 8, 12. They have 12 damage if they play properly. Not properly, but if they execute their cards. You move Jaxi to the top right, or just move it up, and then you can hit with Jaxi. Juxta with your Kaido, get 2 hits in with Kaido. I think Forger should be 1 up for sure. Would it matter when the Songhai player can I think he Incognito could have done this regardless. The only difference is the 4 Winds or Lantern Fox, whichever minion was played, would be in a different position to make that happen. I don't think it mattered where the Mana Forger was. Anything that makes your opponent go out of their way can help, so it could be a pretty relevant deal. I gotta say, very good discipline on Incognito's part though. I think a lot of Songhai players may have opted to try to ignore that and race. But Incog decided they want the game to continue, so just kill it. Which is probably the correct play to make. More often than not, we'll have to see how this turns out. Nice discount Revenant though. Pretty good turn for Monk Business. You know, if Monk... No, I guess that wouldn't be worth. I was gonna say, if Monk wants to, they could leave the 4 Winds up and hit the Kaido with Revenant. While using... Oh no, they don't have enough mana to do that, never mind. I thought they had 6. They can't. Can't grasp of agony. You debated just casting Breath for the full clear. I was looking at Breath too. Breath of the Breath of the Unborn, fucking Zelda, would have worked thanks to Sarlacc being able to finish off Kaido. It's definitely an idea. You don't develop anything there, and against Songhai, I'm not sure that's great. This positioning maybe a little scary. Revenant is kept in a relevant location. Well, it's protecting your back. It's probably good that it is. Phoenix Fire makes a lot of sense. Probably Lantern Fox Inner Focus gonna happen. Incog could tap their whole hand out if they want. Just to cycle a card. You could actually Inner Focus your Kaido and not rush the Fox. Yeah, that's what we see instead. So you get a backstab. And we do see the full hand played. I don't know this for sure, as obviously I don't have superb memory over all the games we've watched, but I feel like Incognito is a pretty big champion of the Cycle Vortex without discounting anything strats. Monk Business in a bit of trouble. Another DFC. Unfortunately, their Sarlacc's not around this time. Can use Demonic Lure to kill Kaido. Send it to Sarlacc. And then heal with Mystic. Could clear the board with Breath of the Unborn, but you get 2 Phoenix Fires for Incognito to play with, which might be hazardous. Interesting. Yeah, I was thinking DFC is another possibility here. This is probably not good enough, though. That's lethal, isn't it? That's 5, 7, 10, 12. Yep, 12 damage. I don't know if Incognito is just trying to figure out if that's 11, maybe arguing with the miscalculators in general. Oh, it's only 6 mana, we can't cast Phoenix Fire and Saber Spine. You right, not 7. My mistake. Should have held on to that Mana Vortex, I guess. Alright, so we're 1 card off lethal. Can't cast both spells and 4 wins. Looks like we're just gonna take it slow, as the battle cruisers tend to say. Alright, somehow survived 1 more turn. What do you do to stay alive? What do we do here? Breath of the Unborn is pitched. You can Demonic Lure the 4 winds into your growing thing. You can Ritual Banishing the Fox to prevent another Phoenix Fire. That is 5 mana, and you can still cast Healing Mystic going to 7. Might keep you alive if there's no Spiral Technique and anything crazy. If Sarlacc doesn't spawn next to your general, you could be okay. Are you still going to be near this Mystic though? Let's see what Monk Business goes for. So there's the Ritual Banishing on Lantern Fox. There's the Demonic Lure on the 4 winds. Huh, wow, you know what? Monk Business opted to cover their ass on the previous turn, but if they had put that Healing Mystic next to the enemy general, they would have won. They would have had enough damage. It just needed to be next to the enemy general to hit it. Maybe a positional error on the last turn. It could have easily been cleared. Forcing the clear is forcing damage off of your face, right? Yeah, it could have been cleared. You would have 13 HP though, instead of 7, right? So you wouldn't have taken 5 from the Fox Saber Spine. Oh man, this is intense. Scenario. Incog doesn't have it. It's gonna have to draw cards with Ghost Links, yeah. Looks like another slow turn. Committed to the cause though. Phoenix Fire is going face. Healing Mystic is out of hand. I would abandon that Nether Summoning, yeah, it's useless. That could be good. This is a tough decision to make here. You could fish for like Void Pulses and Mystics and healing in general, or you could... Oh, I don't know if I would sack Sarlacc. You don't want him near you. Okay, good spawn though. I might have like hit with Mystic and then sacked the 2/3 Mystic. Never punished, yeah. Alright, so yeah, the call comes down to, do you answer Ghost Links or do you... There was no healing drawn. I mean, there's a Shadow Dancer, but it couldn't be procced at that point. Incognito has an inner focus. He has 3 minions. He has a juxtaposition. I'm pretty sure they can reach. They only need... No, with 4 winds and Chakri, that is going to be like 6 damage or something odd like that. Yes, I think this is lethal. Across the board lethal. If that Sarlacc had moved down left 1 tile... That would have been the most amazing defense. He probably still could have got you though with the Juxta. I'm not sure. No. Yeah, that was a cool game. So Incog pulling it off. See, I appreciate Songhai games where they don't do like 23 damage in 1 turn. It's so much more interesting to see them do it that way, at least for me. I feel like the faction would be much healthier if their burst was toned down just a teensy tiny little bit. Abyss goes down for the Rook and Rollers. This is Team Wars. You all know what's coming in next. We all know. It's the headhunters of the Songhais, the natural predators, Heelys. Heelys coming in. It's Helionar. This is a slightly heavier list. We have two Zeers, so this list is even better against Songhai, right? Granted, we've seen Songhai nuke 3 Zeers before in the past. That was a really good moment. In fact, I think it was Incognito who nuked 3 Zeers in 1 game for the victory. So, he did it once. He can do it again, probably. We'll have to see if Healing Lionar here is good enough. 4C Songhai against that Meme Abyss deck. The deck performed decently well. Took out Magmar, took out Vanar. I don't know if I would tout that deck as strictly meme. I mean, you're using Sarlacc and Spectral Revenants and Deathfire Crescendo, so you know, it's just, they have good cards in there. You think that's because of top tier plays? Maybe, maybe. Nick Lauren on display for us to see their Lionheart prowess. We've got a Light Chaser chasing the light. Good turn one opener for Lionheart. I need to burp, so give me a moment. Oh, jeez. Excuse me. Songhai has a 2/2. It will probably cost them whatever minion they put forward, so I don't know if Incog will go for that. They might just do a Turtle Opener Kaido. I can see that happening. Could do a 4-head Opener Kaido if you want. I say Kaido. I think Kaido gets played over Jaxi 100% of the time. Unless you put it center and take the mana tile, then you play both, yeah. Also understandable. Is that the number 8 ranked Black MMR player, Nick Lauren? Was that what your ranking was when I recorded this game? Because I didn't pay attention. We'll have to see if you win, so we can pay attention. If you lose, then we'll have to see if you come back in later. I'm gonna get some tipping done here. We could see Windblade Martyrdom. If Nick Lauren wants to do a full clear right now, double Martyr is on the table. Not sure that's worth it. You might want a Martyrdom for 4 wins Magi. You have no idea what your ladder number is? Don't think you have one? Oh yeah, what's your ranking at currently? Are you past gold? We'll have to delve into Nangert's awesome website. He'll know what your number is. Doi! So we do see just Martyr on Kaido, Windblade placed forward. So that general cannot hit Light Chaser. Oh, you hit S today. Okay. Well, when I recorded these, you probably weren't ranked. So. Just another unranked Team Wars plebeian. Incognito could get cute with a, so you could like have mini Jaxi hit the Light Chaser. You can summon your boar, displace the Windblade Adept, hit the Windblade Adept when it's not in Zeal with the boar, and then you can finish off Light Chaser with your general. You can do this in a way that boar is also safe from getting hit by the enemy general, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you do it just like this. That's exactly what Incognito is doing. It's a pretty good turn. Oh, I like it. Ironcliff coming down in retaliation. No, reconsidering. Nick Lauren could do a 2 and 3 play instead of just Ironcliff, but Ironcliff probably good enough. It's Shanghai. After all, they only have 3 cards. We do indeed see the Cliffy B iron. Tuskboar hitting Incog on the way out. Gotta pay your board tax. Oh, I'm trying to do something here. Alright. Martyr with no light chaser proc. Sometimes it be that way. That was for the last turn, right? Did Incog replace the boar? It came back to hand, right? I'm guessing the boar was replaced, because I don't see it. Either that or the replay is bugged. I'm not sure. Ah, look, there's the boar. Came back. So replace bug in the match, because I think boar was replaced. Incog had a dead turn there. Having to pass against Ironcliff, that is not good. Second Martyr coming out, dealing with the Four Winds Magi along with a Silverguard Knight. This is a disaster level situation for a Shanghai player. Ironcliff pushing 3 damage. Oh nice, it's the Elder Owl Beast skin. Fits in well with Shanghai. I don't see this skin used too much, but I think it's pretty neat looking. I like the extra eyelash or eyebrows it's got. It's a really good burgundy red color. Anyway. Incog still doesn't really have a good solution for this turn. Might want to consider sacrificing your Tusk Boar into the Silverguard at least. Does the base skin have the brows? I didn't even realize. I thought that like yellow brow was added detail. I'm not sure though. Yeah, this is about the best that Incognito can do. Nick Lauren's gonna be pretty happy with that. This hand still not really good enough. Nick has a Dispel. Hold on. I am distracted messaging someone at the moment. They need something. Okay, where were we? We're hitting Jaxie. Excellent. I would say that's pretty good for Incognito. They avoided 5 damage. Just for a Jaxie to get deleted, but Sunriser developed, so yeah, another threat to contend with. This is a tough situation for Incognito. Is there a world where you just double inner focus Lantern Fox? Once face and once into Sunriser? Because you probably have to delete the Sunriser here. You guess the Sunriser is better down run. Down one would protect it from an inner focus hit. Iron Cliff's provoke would protect it. Huh, Incog actually hitting the okay, I see. I see. Yeah, using one fire and Owl and then using their face and another fire. That's a really good clear. It's a good clear. That's a lot of resources from Incognito gone though. Nick Lauren can easily take over the board. You could just punch the Owl and set up a Zir, honestly. There's nothing wrong with doing that. If you feel the urge to, you can always Holy MO face. That's fun. Hit face for 2 more. I would probably just hit Owl and Zir. There's no reason not to do that. Incognito's out of gas. Chakra goes down. We're Heaven's Eclipsing. I don't know what cards you want to see to deal with the 12 HP Zir. Probably needed a Saber Spine Seal and a Killing Edge with a Mana Vortex. Now, you only have 2 mana left, so I guess you just wanted nothing. There's no combination of cards with the mana that would answer Grandmaster Zir with an empty board. I suppose if you had drawn an inner focus there, you could have raced since you got Spiral Technique. But without the inner focus damage, this isn't going to be enough against Lionar. Especially when Lionar has Sundrop Elixir and Circle Life in hand. If you could deal 17 and put Lionar in the Zir, capping your HP at 12 sets up future lethals. That is true, but unfortunately you would have to do that while being down a Phoenix Fire, a Saber Spine Seal, 2 Inner Foci, right? We didn't play all 3 yet. It's a lot. They are like halfway through their burst. I do see the Blood Rage Mass. Maybe there could have been merit to trying to run away and play the long ping con a little bit. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, I think you're in a pretty good situation here as the Lionar player. Amazing Holy MO. I saw you back off. Honestly, you could probably equip your Arclight Regalia and just smack Incognito in the face. Oh yeah, that is what you're doing instead. I think running away would have been too timid. This is totally fine. They're not gonna kill you if anything. At least they're not likely to kill you completely out of hand. You have a collective, what is this, 23 HP? I mean, maybe if they had a Dispel, it might be. It is Songhai, yeah. They can do 23 damage out of hand on 6 mana. I think 21 on 5, right? I was in a stream the other day and someone was mentioning some story about 5 mana OTK with Songhai. That's just too much, man. Come on, Dream Sloth. You gotta tone the spell high down. It's the only way other Songhai decks are gonna thrive. It's just too efficient. Anyway. Well played is offered. Incog had too many like slow dead turns. You know, that Iron Cliff was crippling to Incognito. But well played. He tried to survive. Certainly did what needed to be done, just couldn't draw what they needed to draw against Nick Lauren's Lionar. So with Songhai down, Rook and Rollers are ahead by 2. We have Vitruvian coming in. So this is going to be Chocobo, I think, unless he didn't play this week. Standard with Dervish. What? Standard with Dervish? Wouldn't Standard be Dervish? Why are they with Dervish? I'm not sure what the why it's with Dervish, but Standard with Dervish. This is an important match. You just realized this is an important. Well, I mean, all the games are important, but yeah, this one's important. Bladham's Miscalculators need as many wins here as they can to have a shot at top 4 contention at the end of week 9. This is a very balanced list. It kind of looks, I forget, Grinch style, maybe a little bit. Seems just kind of mid-rangey. You have your Mirage Masters. We have Ayamara Healers. We have couple of the new Entropic Decays, couple Stars Furies, one Astral Phasing. I was about to say Ancestral Divination. One Astral Phasing, I mean Triple Tiger though. So kind of like Splash of Dragall style, no Bone Swarms. Very interesting list. Oh, this is the wrong game. I just loaded up the exact same game we just watched, my bad. Too much to pay attention to. Here we go. This is the right game. Chocobo is indeed the pilot. All right. Doomcaster on the replace. Orb Weaver to start. There are no Starfire Scarabs in this deck, so no amazing turn 2 potential. I feel like if you're running Orb Weaver, you may as well run a 5 mana card to ramp into on turn 2. It's so strong as Vitruvian to do that. Portal Guardian Doomcaster is pretty nasty. It is a good follow-up turn if you don't have access to a 5 mana card. Double Mystic will prevent the 5 mana walk-on ramp though. Can still Portal Guardian Doomcaster, which is really good here. It is very, very, very good. You can't full clear, right? You can only kill 1 Mystic. If you want to play Portal Guardian and Doomcaster. Because one of the Orb Weavers has to take the bottom tile. This Grandmaster Zero will not leave my hand all game. A replace bug is real. Guess I'll keep an eye on that. Did you replace you? That was your mulligan, right? No, you drew. You moved. So you got 0 on the move. I didn't see what your before mulligan hand had. Place to turn 1 as well. Oh, nice. Okay. Chocobo goes for the full clear, but doesn't develop Portal Guardian. I'm not sure if this is as worth. I feel like getting PG on the board would have been stronger. Nicolarin has kind of a tough turn. You pretty much have to equip armor. You're not going to martyrdom any of this stuff. Your armor isn't going to last long. You could walk up 2 tiles. No, that's not good enough too, huh? Yeah. Alright, you could walk down to hit the Orb Weaver, take the damage, and then equip your Arclight. This is all assuming there's no Rosh's curse, of course. You hate this line from Chocobo? I hope Chocobo is listening in or sees this later so that they know Smartie disapproves of what they just did. What is the, I know Faroka was streaming. I did offer Faroka if he was getting annoyed with his games to join me today. If he just wants to cast. I don't know if he's still streaming. He is still streaming. So I'm sure you guys are split between 2 streams right now, which we both appreciate greatly. Pretty good turn 3. I don't think there's anything else to do there. You just get your Guardian out now, get a Rasha's value. Having breakfast, but maybe able to cast at some point. Yeah, it's up to you. You can join in if you want. We covered your set the other day, so you won't cover your own set. I won't spoil who we're doing next, but we're doing someone that's not your team, which was a really cool set to watch last week or yesterday. The Juve's Disciples vs. Humans was a cool set. Holding back the Primus Fist, keeping it at full HP. Makes a lot of sense. Nicolarin, you either develop a 4-mana thing, which it could be good to armor up and just clear Primus, or you do Healing Mystic Martyrdom, right? Yeah, it's kind of weird seeing Lionheart down to 15 HP already on turn 3 for them. Yeah, this is only the 3rd turn for Nicolarin, 5-mana turn. Arclight Regalia, it makes sense. There's really no reason to move off the center tile, I suppose. Chocobo, it's going digging through the deck. Could be looking for a myriad of other cards. Replaces Dune Caster. I think he could do a reasonable Mirage Master here. I would probably Mirage Master, take center. If you want, you could hit 1 charge off, or you could keep your guy at full HP. The only other alternative is Primus Fist, right? Mirage or Primus? What to do? This is gonna be a Portal Guardian copy. Portal Guardian's of a threat level. It's probably one of the most worthwhile 3-mana cards to duplicate with your Mirage Master, if any. You love Portal Guardian. Yeah, Portal Guardian's pretty rad. So, Nicolaran, thinking about dispelling. Nicolaran could be concerned about Starfire Scarabs. Maybe they hold on to Martyrdom and just double dispel here. I think that would be reasonable, actually. I think I understand the with Dervish part of the name is because there's no obelisk here in the deck. But there is Orb Weavers with Dunecasters. Okay, choosing to sacrifice the armor so that we can do 2 damage with Sunriser. That heals Chocobo to full. I'm not sure if that leads to victory. Double Dispel scary because of Aymara's. Alright, fair point. If you want to wait for Aymara's, that's a fair point. I feel like keeping Arclight Regalia there would have been maybe better then. Maybe 1 Dispel. Dispel the one you were going to punch to kill, so you keep your Arclight. Healing Mystic and Martyrdom, the other one, might have been better than just 2 damage with Sunriser. Granted, you have a Sunriser out now, which is nice and all. Are we covering Dancing Blades? Blades. Did we do them the other day? Let me take a look real quick. We are not covering them. They'll be covered tomorrow. Lizard Lovers vs Dancing Blades I'll do tomorrow. I mean, I could maybe do it tonight if people join me. I don't mind staying awake to do 3 sets straight, but I would need people to hop in so I can like refill my drinks and whatnot. Otherwise, I think 2 sets will be about my limit. But we could finish if people want to commentate that. So I don't have to talk anymore. Best for last. I saved them for last because of time. Length of recordings. But yeah, we can say best for last. Alright, back to stuff happening here. Sunriser procced. I'm surprised Sunriser wasn't dispelled by Chocobo on that last turn. Pretty sure they had Siphon Energy in hand. So just went for an Aymara play. And Aymara was dealt with by Sunriser's proccing, so yeah. Oh boy, this Entropic. Could see Entropic, could see second Aymara. Second Aymara makes a lot of sense. You get the Clear Shroud for free. Not really worried about Mystic. Okay, you could also do this. I probably would have walked 1 left. Maybe 2 left if you don't want to get hit by Mystic instead of putting myself beneath the enemy general, but this is an option to take. I just don't like cornering myself personally. Team told you you didn't need to dispel the Symara. Oh yeah? Is that why you like stopped moving on your hand right away? If you don't dispel this Symara, you're looking a little low on health. We could see that, Calvin. I actually don't know what happens. Are you actually not dispelling this thing? You're just gonna set up double provoke? That seems like a critical mistake. In the roguelike business, we would call this a critical turn because you could die on the next turn and you are not making a good response to the critical turn. I would have dispelled and walked up to you. I'd be terrified. Chocobo throwing out the well played. Yep, can hit for 5. Entropic Decay, killing their own Aymara, proccing its Dying Wish ability. Even if Chocobo didn't have the Entropic, Double Rushes and Tiger would kill Nicolaran there. So Lionar goes down. For the Rook and Rollers, we're gonna see Vanar come in to try and do what Lionar could not do. Ooh, I like this deck. I was playing some of this a few weeks ago. Mark of Team Wars. So, Piercing Mantis, don't get to see it too often, but here it is in Team Wars. If it's new, what is it, a 1-3 stat line or something? Also, hello, Smartie.
And I think the Rook and Rollers have played a deck similar to this against us a couple of weeks ago. But I'm glad to see that they're sticking with it because it's very sweet.
Yeah, so coming back in with, not just the Piercing Mantis, we also have the Wolf Raven, also fun to use with Mark of Solitude. There's Forest Fires in the list too, so very buff-centric Vanar list. I like the touch of Veil Hunter as well. Let's get this game loaded up. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the second time I've Okay, wait, I loaded the right one. I didn't remove the other one though. It's in like a playlist format. There we go.
Well, I mean, these both seem like hands with a... I mean, I wonder if you keep the Dunecaster here as Chocobo. Looks like they go with yes.
I'm a bit surprised. So this Dunecaster's operating with only Orb Reavers that he can buff and Star's Fury and Rosh's Curse. There are no obelisks.
I think it's more that you just keep it because you want to make sure you have a real, you have a turn 1 play. Even if, Dunecaster's a pretty bad one, it's much better than just passing.
Oh yeah, I do agree. I would have kept Dunecaster too. For that exact reason. So Nicolaran's mentioning they took out Jax's from before, and then they realized this deck has no win con anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a deck I would play if I was in their shoes, but I think Rook and Rollers have been making pretty strong cases for this. They have an actually pretty interesting choice of opener here. They can just kill this Mystic, get some more cards, or they can set up like a Snow Chaser in enemy territory using a Hearth Sister.
Yeah, I think it would be worthwhile to consider that too. I do like this play. Now Chocobo is still able to deny center tile if they desire to, so it's not like the most detrimental move in the universe, but It puts some early pressure on your opponent.
And the positioning lines up really well for Monk because, like, if Xerix wants to go towards a mana tile, they can't clear the Hearth Twister with their face. They've got to clear the Snow Chaser, which is obviously much more preferable for the Rook and Rollers. And their Healing Mystic is going to get cleaned up by Alina next turn, probably, unless better targets are presented, or it gets healed, I guess.
Yes.
So it's just sort of, it's like a very efficient play in terms of restricting your opponent's options and denying them resources, which is cool. We're getting a Rash's Junecaster.
Good old Rasha Caster. Probably the most classic 2-card combo in the game. Maybe. Not sure. I might just be saying things.
It's pretty classic. Maybe Chat Creator Focus.
Yeah, I was just thinking that in my head. Chat Creator Focus is pretty classic too.
And this is an incredible response from Chocobo. They have they have 3 different 2 health or less minions, which means that they aren't just going to get all eaten for free. Turning to use a tile next turn to ramp, and Monk Business can't even play Dancing Blades this turn because they don't have access to any mana tiles. So
they are slowed down quite considerably here. I suppose you can still get away with like a 2-3 play. You leave your Piercing Mantis out in the lurch, taking the mana tile though. Oh, now there's a Veil Hunter. Could play.
Yeah, there is a Veil Hunter, but the issue with these 2 drops, this 1/3 and this 1/2, is they both get absolutely mollywopped by Tiger.
That's true. They haven't seen the Tiger yet, so they don't know Tiger's in this Vitruvian list.
So this is definitely like a, oh no, they've got AirPods in. Can't hear us. Because this Mantis does survive on board, but I have a feeling it doesn't survive in actuality.
It's nice to see the beige bug once again. Now, I'm actually somewhat surprised. When they changed Mantis. I didn't think it would see mainstream use, but I thought it would find some usage somewhere. It actually is a lot less popular than I anticipated. I guess the difference between 2-3 and 1-3 is just that drastic. Its Frenzy is a remarkable zoning ability in the early game.
Yes, but having only 1 attack means that you really, really, really want to be buffing the Mantis to get any use out of it, and at that point you're putting in quite a lot of work for, medium AoE, when you can just, if you really want Frenzy, just play, Sword of Mechazor or something.
That's very true. Duelyst at the moment, buff cards are kind of underwhelming. I think it might have found a place in Magmar, but since their Primordial Gazer and Greater Fort was hit, that won't be the case either. These cards are underutilized right now.
It's a good call, actually. With pre-nerf Gazer and Fortitude, it could have gotten to be a 3/5, which is a really scary stat line to have Frenzy. But 3/4 is much worse because that dies to 2 instances of 2 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dancing Blades clearing up the board. Monk Business is back to being ahead.
Very nice DB. Chocobo is going to have to choose if they want to develop this Portal Guardian, or I don't think you need to worry about the DB right away. Probably don't Entropic on the following turn.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how worried about Hearth Sisters you are, because that's a punish for sort of stepping away and hiding a Portal Guardian. I guess it would need to be Hearth Sister plus a buff card. But yeah, draw first seems good.
At 5 mana, drawing first can make the turn semi-awkward when your other cards in hand are odd-numbered at 3, but I do get draw first too.
Well, it's annoying here, right? Because if they clear the Dancing Blades, they can't play Portal Guardian anymore.
Yeah, but I wonder if they're thinking of Doomcaster and just trading face damage. You could just spend the Entropic, I guess, and keep the 3-2 on board. Move it down one, move your general up right one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see something like that. This is just sort of a tough turn where no play is especially exciting.
If you're willing to chance the Heart Sister, you did mention it earlier, it could be worth to just backline a Portal Guardian. You can walk away here.
Well, it's not just Half Sister. The issue is that I don't think they've seen Monk Business play any removal, right? And
Yeah,
so you'd be worrying, like, do they have Chromatic Cold? Do they have Hailstone Prison? Hailstone Prison wouldn't be that bad, but Chromatic Cold would be a real beating, for example. Yep, just stand still, take the risk. I like it. And Monk Business's deck is pretty light on removal, right? Because it's got all the aspects of Solitude and things.
Yeah,
Mark of Solitude, whatever it's called.
Yeah, Mark of Solitude. There's double, I think triple Chromatic, double Hailstone, double Cryo, one aspect.
So not very light at all.
They actually do have a lot of removal, especially with the Dancing Blades. Haven't drawn that removal though.
Yeah, this Portal Guardian's gonna be sticking.
I think on average, probably okay that it sticks. You don't expect the Astral Phasing. It's not that popular in Team Wars, at least. There is one copy of it in this deck though. So maybe we'll see some Flying Guardian action. If I was Monk, I would strongly consider Veil Hunter Razorback and hit for face for 6.
Yeah,
if it was
that
me.
seems like a perfectly reasonable play. You've got to do this annoying thing. You've got to think about which of the millions of vet cards at punish positioning to play around.
Yes. The fun mini game against Vitruvian now. How do I position?
Okay, so I've decided we're playing around Entropic. Not really around Star's Fury and not really around Bone Swarm.
Oh yeah, imagine the Bone Swarm.
We're also
right
playing
now.
into Frenzy, which doesn't seem optimal.
Nikolai saying, don't do that, don't play into onboard Frenzy, Smallers.
Yeah, it's just, I think that's the one you definitely wanted to play around, because that's the one you know they have.
Maybe roped at the end there, I'm not sure. I am surprised by the no movement as well.
No, I can't criticize. I've done worse positioning errors in Team Wars.
Now, thankfully, for them, Portal Guardian... Well, I don't know. Portal Guardian can do a 4 Frenzy, which is a clear Dancing Blade. That's pretty critical. That's critical.
Yeah, because of the Orb Weaver. That's really big. This is a full clear, right? If you siphon, well, not a full clear. There's a 1/2 left. If you siphon it.
Yeah, that siphon is icing on the cake for Chocobo. Monk is going to be pretty behind after this, but not out of it yet. It's gonna hurt though.
Yeah, for sure not out of it. Then I could always do crazy stuff with Aspect of the Mountains. They can bounce this Portal Guardian, and then the board's actually looking not too bad. They are on 10, which is...
Yeah, being at 10 Rejuvenator looks a little more tempting, so your removal options getting limited to only one of your... I mean, probably Hailstone happens here. I don't think Heart Sister. We do see Mark of the Solitude.
You could just Mark of Solitude with Portal Guardian and then agree to never ever stand by any of your minions ever again.
That is true. Mark a semi-risky... See, you can't do that now because Vitruvian can siphon their own things.
Yeah.
That would be scary. Yep. Maybe in the past.
That's the reason you shouldn't do that play. There's no other reasons.
There's definitely probably some other logistics behind it. Well, I'm
Yeah, step out of the
satisfied.
Dunecaster range.
We do get to see
Play a
Mark get
Fenrir.
used. Yeah, this turn makes
Yeah,
sense.
it's pretty good here.
More Mark.
This 5-4 will help keep you alive.
We marked that range
Yeah, I mean,
minion
yeah,
that lost
it's true.
range. Poggers.
We always say that Mark of Solitude with Veil Hunter is really strong, and well, McLaren, and presumably Monk, given that they're the one playing this deck. And here we are seeing it. So honestly, I think we should expect them to win now, because I mean they've achieved the goal of the deck.
That would be a bit of a stretch from this position, but Chocobo. Yeah, it doesn't
Chocobo
have
replaced
the most...
Portal Guardian.
Yeah, replace Portal Guardian is a surprise. Doesn't have the most threatening minions to develop here, so... I mean, you could get into a bit of a standoff situation if you want to.
But that's scary, because the other guys playing Veil Hunter and Razorback and Half-Sister and things, so just backing off is really not where Chocobo would want to be, I think. And you don't have like Scarabs or anything really range threatening. This is actually kind of like, I was being silly, but thinking about it more, this is actually kind of a really awkward position for Chocobo.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. I'm usually not too worried about backlining things against Vanar, but I run a very different deck. I have a reach-heavy vet mindset, so I'm not thinking of it quite in this circumstance.
I'm going to decide to not go for Primus value. Playing Primus at all in this spot is interesting to me, because it's, burst.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering, what were we playing around by not having Primus buff the minions?
Aspect? No, we need like Half-Sister Aspect, I guess.
Maybe. Wouldn't Dunecaster stop Veil Hunter from killing the Dunecaster? Since 7-6.
Yeah, the Veil Hunter can't reach that Dunecaster right now, so not a huge...
Yeah, that wouldn't be a huge concern.
Happen.
Veil Hunter is dispelled, so that's to walk and then throw its javelin point blank. But Hearth Sister, you're right, Hearth Sister. Well, I mean, Monk didn't decide to do that. But a fair point of concern. Maybe.
Here's Big Tree. Here's a Siphon for Big Tree. But still, Big Tree is a 6/9. That's large. Well, I guess now you can Siphon it and be an Entropic Decay, but...
Yeah, Checo has a solution. The only thing is, once again, the rest of their cards... I don't know. You sacrifice your burst. He already replaced too, right?
Yeah, that Portal Guardian going away again.
Pesky,
which I agree with here, I think.
Pesky portals keep entering your hand. Maybe Choco felt Portal Guardian wasn't worth in the matchup, considering it likely gets colded or just removed somehow.
It's probable. Fun word to say, probable. Oh, interesting. Using even more burst. They're like, we got to win this on board. Which is scary because Monk's got a pretty full hand and 9 mana to play with. Oh no! Oh, wait. Oh yeah.
Maybe forgot about the token.
I've been there.
Monk has 4 damage that can reach.
Yeah, I mean, this is... The Dancing Blades can't kill this 4/3. So that's kind of annoying. Because the sort of natural play here, I think, would be Rejuve and Dancing Blades. But if you do that, you aren't actually taking any damage off their board.
Well, you could Chrome Cold the 4-3 and then Dancing Blades the 5-3, which is okay.
Yeah.
And you can't rejuve with that though, you're right, so it's gonna be staying at a low health threshold. You are against Vet.
Killing
Go on.
killing this dervish is actually also quite important. I think they have seen Mirage Master, right?
Yes.
Because Mirage Master on a June casted Wind Dervish is, you know,
That's
quite a lot.
deal.
It's like a lot of rush damage.
Yep.
Oh, they replaced a rejuve, so yep. Assessed that they really needed to kill it.
I think I would go for the board clear. Yeah, the thought I was going to share is the consensus against Vet is they pretty much do 1 damage per mana, and with only 2 cards in hand, unless they have like Tiger Bone Swarm or something, you probably won't die.
This is the heartbreak where you find out that they're playing triple Maelstrom and just going to attack you 4 times.
There is a Maelstrom in the deck. Choco could replace into it here, which might be a game changer. There's also a Star's Fury in the deck, you know, I wasn't calculating Star's Fury. That could only do 2 damage, I guess, because the minions are in the way.
Yeah. Portal Guardian is not... I think this is just it, right? You repulse a beast away the Dancing Blades to hope it doesn't hit you, but there's a Hearthstone to reacquaint the two of you. And that's just gonna kill you.
Well, 9 HP, no, yeah, that'd be 6. I don't think Choco can block from Heart Sister and Hailstone. That might be checkmate right there because of Razorback in hand.
Yeah.
Oh, the replace bug on Portal Guardian damning Chocobo. Should have played it a couple turns ago.
That's true.
It just really wanted to hit the field, that's all. Sometimes you gotta listen to your cards, not what you think is better.
Okay, and the Rook and Rollers are going to pull into a heavier lead, I guess.
Yes, they are ahead. With this going down, they'll be up by 2.
And if the Platinum's Miscalculators win this set, they're guaranteed to make top 4, right?
I think that depends on how one of the other sets went.
Okay.
Yeah. There were like 4 teams, and their fates depended on Teos, the Eggs, versus Prismatic Illusionist, which we'll be watching later.
Right. Yeah.
Because they were tied and facing each other. Alright, well, okay. Choco goes down. Team 1's got 2 choices left.
That was well played by both players, I think. You know, a couple of mistakes, the playing into onboard frenzy and things, but it's a tough game, and we can't can't hate everyone for making small mistakes. Yeah. Ooh.
So we have 43 casts. I mean, I would assume a 43 card deck. Probably.
Yeah, I bet it better be. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do in the deck lists I make for semifinals. I'll just lie to people about the number of cards in them. Get Twitch chat confused.
Hey, go
for here fast, guys.
So yeah, this is looking like a fast cast style list. We haven't really seen this list too much. Ladylocks.
That's pretty exciting.
Couple of Flame Blood Warlocks. There's also Rite of the Undervolts at 3 copies. I don't know if you ever need 3 of that card, but we've got 3 here. Should be interesting to see. This is Decoy. This is a Decoy list for sure. I'm gonna have to see how Decoy does. NSA did nothing wrong. I was meaning to ask Decoy what exactly they were referring to, or why they changed the name of this, but they changed the name of this. So this is one of the many decoys.
Have you not? I can tell you why. I'm pretty sure. Decoy is pretty. I don't know.
I know he loves Night
down
Star
on the
Assassin. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know why Decoy did it. NSA is Night Star Assassin for those who aren't aware of our community lingo. Decoy pretty outspoken about the fact that NSA got hit again.
But yeah, Ghostlink start. Probably the best start in the deck. Maybe Araki's better, but just very strong. Get to 5 cards. Nice and quick.
Man, I just gotta say real quick, the Duelyst replay system is fascinating because look, his name changed to What a Bad Patch. So this was his name before NSA. What? I don't even know how that works. Like, I assume
that's
he
crazy.
played the game as What a Bad Patch, but because he changed his name to the other one, they both show up. But yeah, it is Decoy anyway. So,
yeah, that's cool.
Fun little thing.
Oh, I need to see if I can change my name, actually.
So we have same side Fenrir. I've been calling this 4 legs opener because it's not on the head.
I mean, I like it. That's a good name.
I'll change it up if someone comes up with something better.
No, I think unironically I like it. I was just a bit shocked, and I don't think you can blame me.
And Decoy could go for... it's only 2 minions, right? You can't get all 3. I was thinking Lady Lock with Crawler, but you can't fit that.
Yeah, you not quite. Wait, no, you can't. You're right. And Fenrir is kind of tough here. No. It turns out that Fenrir is just huge. Really hard to remove. Who would have thought?
Yeah, Fenrir will trade favorably into pretty much anything that gets set up. Decoy undeterred though, going for Flame Blood with Lady Lock.
I like it. Threaten face damage, kill, you know? Because if the Fenrir is distracted by the Flame Blood, which means, sorry, by the Lady Lock, which means the Flame Blood is likely going to get to do 4 damage to the enemy general here.
I'd say getting 7 off of Flame Blood is pretty damn good.
But is Decoy prepared for Veil Hunter and Piercing Mantis to come out?
On time will tell. Monk's gonna have to hopefully have the insight to play around this Grasp of Agony. It could be pretty damning depending on how they position here.
I think so. There's some contention about Grasp of Agony, right? But the aggressive Abyssian decks definitely play it because it's often quite good. They're quite happy if it's just 1 mana deal 3 to face.
Oh yeah.
Which is it's very rare that you can't get that, at least, out of a Grasp. So I think the aggressive decks are much more likely to play it than anything else, so it's definitely worth just constantly playing around.
I think if you're just well aware of your opponent, I think Decoy almost always has Grasp as a 3-of. I mean, they may not do that, but...
Yeah. Hey, there's a Veil Hunter and a Piercing Mantis. If one of them survives till next turn, we could get a Mark of Solitude, and it'll be really exciting.
It's pretty intimidating looking, even though there's just 1-3 and a 1-2 on the board. Decoy doesn't have a remarkable answer to them at the moment. A Lady Lock play could be disastrous, depending on how it's done. Decoy also can't really answer this Fenrir too fully. Might have to... It's tough to walk away from a Veil Hunter on board, but might have to go back and try and get a stronger position set up. Could realistically just Lady Lock bottom right of the general right now, and then take Tile and Mystic Fenrir or something. Teammates making you play.
Off the order, I guess.
Decoy says teammates are making him play worse.
Oh no!
So is this a teammate's idea, not your idea? Did you just
Played into
play
Frenzy.
into Frenzy? Wow. That's the second time we played into Frenzy in this set. It's definitely
Well, one for each
not a
team.
mechanic.
It's
yeah,
fair.
one for each team. We had to even the score. They gave you a Portal Guardian there. You gotta give him a Piercing Mantis.
A very even trade. It might still just be correct to Mark of Solitude as Veil Hunter.
Honestly, I think I would hit the Veil Hunter instead of the Piercing Mantis. I might hit the Piercing Mantis now and Frostfire as well.
Frostfire.
I might hit the Piercing Mantis now.
Yeah, you might have Mantis and Frostfire for Veil Hunter, and you're sort of just having a great time.
Splitting the buffs would be far wiser, yeah. So, earnestly speaking, if anyone's watching these videos and trying to learn, which I've seen in YouTube comments, some people are, you know, they appreciate them watching, and they appreciate the videos because they're learning stuff. But definitely split your buffs. You're fighting Abyssian, you're probably getting NSA'd on one of these things. So, don't get greedy.
Yeah, also, I mean, regardless of playing around things, putting an attack buff on something that has a Mark of Solitude means that it probably won't be able to go face in future turns. Even with Frenzy, right?
Yeah.
You're not guaranteed. So you want to put your buffs on things that are going to be able to use them as, you know, as well as possible. It is cool that there are people who are, you know, watching the videos and sort of, you know, learning from them. I just check out the videos where I play. I mean, I make sure that all the casters are saying nice things about me.
Hey, it's quite alright. I think it's in human nature. You know, I get curious when people bring me up too. I'm sure everyone does.
It's true.
Right of the Undervolt on the replace. Decoy, what are you gonna do? We're dying here. You can clear Fenrir, I guess.
This is really, really, really bad.
Are we targeting the Veil Hunter with a Grasp of Agony? That seems weird. Seeing Frostfire get played, yeah. That expression.
Look, it's Rook and Rollers. They'll do anything. They aren't afraid, you know? Other teams, they play what other people have tested and found to be good, and Rook and Rollers is like, well, or what if we just played Rook?
You know, all jokes aside about Frostfire, which I find it hilarious too, but arguably on paper, it is one of the best buff spells in the game. When it hits a Vesper, getting +3/+3, legitimately good. But it's like scoffed at as an unused card. It's kind of hilarious, just because Vespers aren't popular.
I haven't played it much in 2-draw, but back in 1-draw, sort of, for a long time, I played a lot of like just sort of aggro Fae, and I'd play Frostfire in that fairly often.
It definitely has its uses in aggro, yeah. It's just a 1 mana more expensive Saber Spine Seal.
Yeah, and like I mean, so there are quite a lot of Vespers, which there's our Vesper, which sees a lot of play in Vanna, and that's Snow Chaser, and then there's a Vesper token, which sees a lot of play in Vanna, and that's Tree Ant. So you know, you're not defunct the targets. That's just kind of awkward, I think, Frostfire.
It can be awkward.
Right. Yeah. 6 mana, 6 cards. Is a Grasp and a Lure. This is a full clear.
Is it? Oh yeah.
You grasp the Veil Hunt from the bottom left. You lure it into the above the Rejuvenator. You hit it, and then you Night Sorrow Assassin the Rejuve that's left at 1 health.
Oh yeah, you're right. This turn could
bring
Decoy back into it. Because from the looks of things,
all their mana and leave them with just a 4/2, but that's still a really huge swing if that happens.
Monk's quite far ahead. Decoy doesn't really have the resources to deal with the ranged units, so if they don't do
If they
this,
hadn't
they could
replaced
be
the
in
crawler,
trouble.
if they hadn't replaced a crawler, they could have played crawler and blood tier instead, which would have been a much stronger setup. But this is still very, very good. This is a huge swing. It's hard to describe. The Rook and Rollers went from like very winning to, I'd say, like even.
Yeah, I'd say the
It all
board has
depends on
been
what they draw though,
stabilized.
because this tree is coming down, I imagine.
Very smart idea to keep Night Sorrow in hand too, opting to rely on the blood tier. Hey, what's up, Barry? I'm not in this game. We're just casting other players that played in the tournament, so we're just chilling. But hey, how you doing? It's nice to see you.
Yeah, playing around Grasp and Lore is a nightmare. It's so much work, because they can move any of your things to anywhere and then have it explode. And it's just... I don't fault the Rook and Rollers for not bothering, because it's so annoying.
That was a huge swing turn. I feel like we're just gonna see Tree in the corner, which is good. It is good.
Yeah, Tree with a corner provoke is good, because even if they have Night Sorrow,
taking 6.
they need to hit face.
Yep.
Hit the Tree with face, which is a risk. And that's setting up for like half just to lethals later.
Well, we're placed into some Abyssian endgame.
Yeah, I wonder.
Do you not
wonder
hit
if
the
he
tree here? No.
It's scary against like double Razorback. Razorback is the biggest punish for leaving the tree alive, so I think you do have to kill it. But
Yeah, you're right. I like the smile Decoy did before punching Tree in face. Yeah, NSA.
Decoy
comes
well known
down.
for smiling.
That is true. Trademarked by Decoy.
Decoy posted an incredible skin suggestion in the Discord yesterday for me. I don't know how time zones line up for everyone else. Of just a Spectral Revenant, but with the like smiling emoji for a face. And I think that would unironically be one of the greatest skins that Duelyst 2 has ever seen.
I didn't see that suggestion, but damn, that sounds terrifying to behold. That would be funny as hell, though. If you just see that husky.
So now we
Revenant
get
with a
another combo that's miserable to play around, but this time from Vannar. It's half just the aspect of the mountains.
We are on 8 mana. This is a really good mountains turn. And well, fortunately for Decoy,
They've got the perfect answer, Revenant.
Yeah, they have a good answer. They are going down to 5 though, which is a little worrisome.
They can body block with the Revenant, and Vannar is well known for being really, 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 really bad at putting Burst out of hand. Like, without having minions on board.
This is very true. Although I think, they're slightly better at it now that Snowpiercer's back in the limelight. A little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, a little, definitely like better. I'd say they're still probably the worst faction at it, though.
I would concur with that.
Mesmerize, and then other neutral options.
Yeah, they're almost strictly reliant on having minions established currently.
Very solid play, I think. Just Revenant. Right? Yep.
Revenant Crawler. It's the only thing you really want to do. Shadownova not quite enough. Deal with the Mountain Man.
Yeah, if you put them both in blocking position, that's probably best against Monk's current hand, because it means that you don't die to like replace if they replace into a second Chromatic Hold, which you're doing. Nice, very heads up.
Yeah, I think Decoy has to put both in the way of Monk's general here. Would be far too risky otherwise.
There's a Wolf Raven, which is kind of scary actually, because that can hold buffs.
I'll always be humored seeing this matchup because Wolf Raven blocks a Spectral Revenant hit. Which is kind of hilarious.
Nick Laren has a spoiler for this turn, so read chat if you want to know what happens over the next 2 turns.
I guess I'll keep that one to myself.
It's gonna be pretty bad. I mean, yeah, keep some suspense going.
Would you hailstone this and just hit face? Because there's no creep developed. Your most damage you can get hit with is 8, so you won't die? No, I guess you're going
well, unless I have a Void Pulse or a Blood Tear.
Yeah, right? I guess you're at that point.
That's
Never
too
mind.
scary.
That's too scary.
I think it's better to just like play like Wolf Raven and hope you can buff it up and kill him. And Wolf Raven's really good against Revenant. Revenant doesn't clear it.
Yes.
It does die to creep tiles though, so.
Okay,
yeah.
I can see. Yeah, I can see what Nick was saying earlier. Could have played minions before moving to play around Shadow Creep. I could have played around it.
So this is really bad. Because currently, basically, the issue is that Shadow Nova gets to both do face damage, which is something that Decoy is a huge fan of, and clear the Wolf Raven, which is something Decoy needs to kill this turn and otherwise really struggles with. Because like otherwise, what could have happened is that Decoy might have had to like Nova a solo Wolf Raven and nothing else to not die. Although with Ephemeral Shroud, that's probably less true.
No, you raise a really good point.
Like,
we've seen Frostfire used earlier, so they know they have the burst cards. Wolf Raven being able to fly, it's like a mandatory 2 remove threat right now. So if it was placed away from the Vanguard General, Monk would be in pretty good shape.
So they could either like Revenant plus Shroud, or they could Nova, and I guess Shroud as well, just to play a 2/2.
I feel like Nova, either or is here. Both set up lethal for next turn, right? Or you're 1 off from lethal next turn. I guess it depends on the Crawler dying.
Crawler dies.
Yeah, if Crawler dies, then you set up lethal for next turn. But Revenant's gonna have to hit face directly.
I think I like Rev Shroud. I agree with McLaren.
I think there's merit to Rev Shroud too, because you could kill the Razorback and just dispel Wolf Raven. You don't have to hit Wolf Raven.
Rev Shroud is like particularly scary against like Hearth Sister and Frostfire at the same time, alongside a minion to get it into range. But this is also weak to that actually, so yeah.
Run, McLaren, run. Put the Veil Hunter to block this to the play spot next to the Abyssian General. Just do it. There's a gap.
I don't think it matters. Revenant can't reach, right? It's going to be replaced into like a gun spell for lethal.
More than likely, it can't reach. Yeah. Oh, that flame blood.
Wait, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, that'll do it. Flame blood on
Decoy
the top.
Decoy masterfully replaces into lethal. But I mean, it was pretty likely with Decoy's deck. Decoy's deck is. He needed 1 damage.
It is definitely very likely. Yeah. All right, well played by both sides. At least the
Decoy's pulling it back.
Frenzy parity has been restored. So against Abyss, we have Songhai coming in rock and roller style, but they're playing Spell High. Nothing super out of the norm, like their other decks may have led you to believe. This is a standard Spell High list with a singleton Blood Rage Mask. So,
yep. You know, not a lot to say here. It's pretty good. It's also quite good against Abyssian. Abyssian's removal just doesn't line up super well against Songhai's threats, especially now that Nightstar Assassin requires you to hit something before it kills it.
Yep.
So Spell High, I'd say, is favored in this matchup. So, Abyssian does have a lot of healing, which it can play for quite cheap. So there is definitely, like, there's play. It's not a shutout the same way that some matchups can be, but it's Songhai favored.
I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how specific Abyssian decks tend to swing, but overall they seem to be evenly matched-ish, Abyss versus Songhai.
Yeah, I think Spell High is also brought down a lot by the fact that it's the matchups where it's like it's even in, it's quite difficult to play, which can make, like, I definitely wouldn't say I'm a particularly good Spell High player, and I'd say I'm about even with Abyssian's players. But when really, really good Spell High players play, they make the matchup look incredible. For,
yeah.
Spell High.
Hey, I'm right there.
They even make the Lionel look winnable, which is crazy.
Songhai, surprisingly, a decent record against the Lioner. The quality of the
Yeah.
Songhai players in Team Wars is indisputably high. So we have a backline Chakri opener from Poncho Mongo.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of temptation here to put it towards the tile. That would have been really bad here because it would have been dispelled by the Shroud. So very disciplined. Keeping your Chakri safe.
I'd say so.
So what's happened here is Poncho Mango has played the 2-drop, which is answer or die, and Decoy is not going to answer it for this turn at least.
Yeah,
He probably won't die. That would be something, but it's annoying,
Chakri,
Whenever you play against Spell High and you can't answer the first thing they play, you're like, oh, come on.
the most polarizing 2-drop minion in the game to leave on board.
Yeah, I'd say the Spell High openers I like start with sticking a Chakri, and then, second best is just playing a Ghost Lynx, and you don't care if it sticks or not. But
You mean you
sticking Chakri is just disgusting.
You don't like Tuskspore in the Hearth Sister?
On turn 1? No. Because that's just the same as playing Hearth Sister, but then your Tuskspore is vulnerable to removal.
This is just me. I know it's a hotly contention thing, but I think the value of denying the T2 ramp is really good for Songhai.
Yeah, I do it against some decks, but like I would default to not doing it unless I thought about it and was like, I've got a good reason to, rather than the opposite. Don't do it against Lionar.
I would do it against Lionar.
No.
They can Tempest me all they want.
You get Tempested, it sucks.
It does suck when you get Tempested. Anyway, Poncho actually replacing Hearth Sister instead of Saberspine Seal.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't like it unless you replace him to another minion, but hey.
Well, maybe Poncho is going to juxta double Saberspine and smash face.
That's a lot of damage.
If you do Lantern Fox, you can only do one Saberspine, but it's still a lot.
Heartsy got way worse versus Abyss. They run 6 pings. That's true.
They do indeed run 6 pings, but hey, you gotta make them play the cards to get the cards out of their deck, right? I was only joking about going in with Chakri on this turn, but Poncho
I think this is good. So it's sad because they have a Shroud, which is a real super clean answer to it. But otherwise, like, they don't have a Shroud here. They're just kind of miserable because they've got to like tank it or lure it away, and you don't want to lure it away because then the second juxtaposition will just kill you.
This is since we're dealing with Abyss, I could use Nick Lauren's logic on Heartseeker that Abyss has Shrouds and Nightstar Assassin on average.
But Nightstar Assassin's not good here, I don't think, because you're just doing it and nothing else, and then Songhai's going to get to do more.
The Fox would
so it's
survive
really just Shroud
against an SA. And it's double Shroud plays.
Double Shroud
funny.
is a very
like
good
the
turn
perfect
here.
answer for Decoy. Seems a little hesitant though. Did they replace yet? Might be thinking about pitching something.
Yeah, I don't think they've replaced yet.
Replaced one.
Interesting.
Not double shroud. Well, we're getting surprised in this match.
Well, the issue of double shroud is that you've got two 2/2s hanging around next to a 2/4 and their general, so you're still going to be behind on board if you ignore the mystic, which is going to get back into the action soonish, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say so, but she's in the man up, punching Chakri in the face to get rid of it.
Scary, but reasonable, I think.
Against Songhai, taking 9 damage early, big risk. It can be done, but big risk. Poncho, if they want to, could tack on another 10 damage and bring Decoy down to 6 HP.
God, Spell High is so cursed. It's 10-3!
It's turn 3, yeah, it's crazy.
But looks like we're just going to replace the Saber Spine.
Hey,
Maybe?
replace
Yep.
Saber Spine on this turn, not the first turn. Right,
Because you might want on the first, like on the second turn of the game, they might have wanted to do double Saber Spine if they didn't find a minion. I think was the idea.
Yeah, I DC.
Yeah, and now there's a boar in the middle of nowhere, going to get pinged off probably, but
Wait a
still
second.
requires resources to deal with.
Oh, what did they replace? They replaced Saber Spine in the inner focus.
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks. If they were somehow able to
Replace
keep all
Kaido, they
3,
replaced
yeah,
3 off.
they would have had lethal, right?
No, they would have been 3 off, I
Oh,
believe.
3 off. Damn.
Got 2 off if they'd kept the Kaido, I guess, because you inner focus that. But
Nick Lauren mentioning.
this is still pretty scary.
Oh, yeah, this is very scary for Decoy here. Nick Lauren saying Poncho was all in the Jux Saber Spine play on turn 2.
Yeah, I kind of love it, honestly. It's saying, hey, have a removal spell, or you lose.
Definitely the Songhai
And even if
thing
you
to
do, I still done a bunch of damage to you. Like even if they did have a removal spell there, it was still pretty strong because you know you have time to recover, time to build up more burn, and then just kill. So here we get Blood Tier and Lore on the board, I assume. Yeah.
Yeah, gotta answer some of the things here. So
Staying at 16.
Yeah, not bad for Decoy. The board clear turn from Poncho. I didn't really lose that much resource, just lost the boar doing it.
Oh my
It's
god.
not a big deal. It's a pretty good replace.
Yep.
And you get a nice 4 wins Ghost Links action if you want to use the mana tile.
Yeah, 4 wins Ghost Links, and then you go back up to 4 cards in hand. Like, Ghost Links is so good in Spell High. You just throw it out, and you know it's a body, and it draws you, you know, like an average of 2 damage or something stupid.
It is pretty darn cemented in Songhai at this point, for sure. You know, drawing more cards, that's all you ever want.
Yeah, I mean, I sound very biased against Songhai here, but I honestly love the faction. I think it's super cool. I just, you know, Spell High maybe could be slightly less super cool, so that everybody else could be slightly more super cool.
I like Songhai's aesthetics for sure. I'm not as into Out of Hand Burst, so I also wish they were toned down a bit on the Spell High side, and then toned up on the positional side. Or card generation, I've mentioned before, it could be a sub-identity for the faction. You have like Storm Kage, you have your Widow Maker, you have your Lantern Fox, you have Chakri, who benefits from playing cards out of hand. So they could have like a minion-based
that'd be a
value.
Cool little theme. So here, Decoy is just gonna go. Yeah, Lore, you gotta kill this 4 wins. You must. It sucks because you know you're eating a bunch of damage, but you have to kill 4 wins when you see 4 wins.
No, that's the respect you have to pay to Songhai. You see Chakri, has to die. You see 4 wins, has to die. Lantern Fox,
4 wins is
maybe
even more
borderline.
dangerous than Chakri.
Yeah,
I'd
you
say
think
4 wins
so?
is like significantly more dangerous than Chakri because Chakri if it's far away from you, they need to have an activator for it to get to you. Whereas Four Winds does, the same, does damage without that. And also, Four Winds just does more damage than Chakri because it has 4 attack rather than 1 to start, and both do 1 extra damage per spell cast.
Yeah,
so like if you ever have to pick, you should, and it also heals them. If you ever have to pick, you should always kill the Four Winds, unless the Chakri has like 5 attack or more.
I feel like if you're in, I don't know, in like a mid-game-ish situation, you definitely weigh that damn Chakri over Four Winds. It's just so lethal. Like, Four Winds is a static 4 damage.
Four Winds is exact. No. Four Winds is a static 4 damage plus 1 for every spell you cast. Chakri is a static 1 damage plus 1 for every spell you cast.
Yes.
So true. Four Winds is always going to do more damage than Chakri.
But Chakri can be inner focused at 3 attack and bop you for an extra 3.
That's true, actually. That's a good point.
They're both equally as terrifying as each other.
They're pretty bad. Yeah. We kill them both if you can. That's a real advice here.
No remorse for the Songhais.
Oh wow! Yep, here we are. Just actually, we're gonna inner focus for this Lantern Fox.
Yep,
get a Phoenix Fire for next turn.
Yeah, I saw the other one played. I was like, did we inner focus the other one? Decoy.
Yep, Decoy with another smile.
A smile of frustration, no doubt, because that's basically confirmed lethal, more than likely.
Yep. So there's probably some stuff you can do with Lock and Night Sorrow to not die unless they have juxtaposition. But hey.
It's gonna take some really key positioning, but maybe you escape. Maybe.
Maybe not. Yeah. Okay. I don't think Lock Knight. Lock Knights. Wait, you can get.
Well, you can get the crawler like, too. Yeah.
Drop. Yeah. 2-drop crawler. Crawler is not a 2-drop. Fun facts with Smartie.
Me too.
Oh, they replace it though. Looking for a better play, and I think you just got to right. I don't know what you're even looking for at this point.
You could look for the menu button and then the concede option.
That is not it.
Decoy did search the menu up and concede after drawing the. It's pretty funny. No, that was pretty brutal and well played by Poncho Mongo. Too much pressure for the Abyss deck to handle. So we're down to Lionar on Bladham's Miscalculator's side. This list.
But I mean, if there's a deck that can win 3 in a row, if there's a faction that can win 3 in a row, it's Lionar.
Yeah, Lionar, pretty good track record for winning at least 3 games in a row when they come in. So this is another crazed list submission with his fancy holographic submission form. I can't read that name. Can I zoom in? It's Tempo. It says Tempo. So there's apparently Tempo Lionar.
Okay. Yeah.
We do have, Azurite Lions. There's 1 Tiger. There's no Tempest, though. Doesn't Tempo have Tempest? There was the Tempest at. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I just removed the thing for you. I'll bring it up again. I hit escape when I zoomed in.
Don't worry about it.
Let me share screens with Smartie, and then I'll...
Yeah, this is quite similar to decks I played, back in the old days of like January and February. I like it. No, less of a heal package. There's no Light Chasers, no Sunrises. But you've got Tiger Immo. I guess only 1 Tiger, but Tiger Immo is a really nice, piece of burn.
Tiger Immo, pretty good way to spend 7 mana and deal 7 damage.
Oh hey, if Poncho replaces into a Heartseeker, they can Neclaren. Wait,
yes,
they've changed Spell High player.
Poncho had to go or something, so Neclaren is back in to fill.
But yeah, if Neclaren replaces into a Heartseeker, they can play it, and they won't get punished because there's no Tempests. Well, it and Boar. This is a complicated hand to figure out, because Tuskboar isn't like a real 2-drop. Well, you can Tuskboar Inner Focus on turn 1 to do 3 damage to their face.
Now that I've never seen done ever. What would be worse, Tuskboard Inner Focus or Phoenix Fire turn 1? Surely the 2 cards.
I think Tuskboard Inner Focus is significantly worse. Just meaning 2 cards.
Yeah. that
They're both really good as well. Like, Phoenix Fire is fine. Tuskboard and Inner Focus are both, like, premium.
I wonder if anyone's ever done that play, though. If they ended up with Tuskboard Inner Focus.
It has happened to me, as in I have, like, somebody has done that to me.
Oh, nice.
I don't want to name any names, because I think they were new. But
I
hope they were
new. The Baconator on turn 1. I like it. I like it. Chakri opener.
Yeah,
this
turn 1
time
Chakri.
Placed forward. No fear of dispel. Different.
It's because they might want to go
here,
3+2 next turn. Yeah, and they haven't seen any shrouds out of this deck yet because they haven't seen this deck yet.
Yep. Yeah, they had their hand had Lantern Fox Tuskboard, so it makes sense to set up for Lantern Fox Tuskboard on the next turn. I think it's worth the risk, maybe. If your hand wants you to develop board, you gotta answer in kind.
McLaren, our captain, has a job.
Our captain has a job. Well, at least somebody has work out there. And Zay thinking about where to put this Primus Fist. Keeping it same side as Chakri under General instead of opposite of the Chakri. Makes a lot of sense. You want to be in range of dealing with that guy rather than keeping your stuff away from it. I don't think we see an inner Mana Vortex Heaven's Eclipse play here, so 3 and 2 you can position to protect your Chakri if you really want to do it. The only thing is you're gonna sacrifice your Lantern Fox to the Windblade, so you only get 1 Phoenix Fire. I don't know, Smartie has stepped away. You've fallen silent. Alright, in the meantime...
Sorry about that. I have returned.
Okay, you did step away. I wasn't sure. Well, welcome back.
Yeah, Hast Eagle.
Alright, it looks like we're doing 3 and 2. Not protecting the Chakri though.
Well, sort of they are, right? Because you just Mana Vortex and it's a 2/3 and doesn't die on board.
That's true, you can just cycle the Mana Vortex.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of just Mana Vortexing whenever I can. Like, even if it doesn't do anything, just to draw me a card next turn. Unless I've got a Heaven's Eclipse or something in my hand. Or like a play lined up next turn to use the free mana with. But I think you should... I think most Battle High players agree that if you ever get any extra value from a Mana Vortex, you should just be doing it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people throughout Team Wars 2 has shown they will just play Mana Vortex without any discount on some other spell card.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you just get to see more cards.
Cranky saying, would have preferred Boar Heaven's Eclipse on the previous turn. Nick saying that
would have been high. Yeah, that would have been exciting.
Okay, pretty conservative response from Zay. The pants are equipped, but Chakri stays on board. Didn't have a choice in the matter, to be fair.
And yeah, now we're going to get, maybe not a Heaven's Eclipse necessarily, but this Chakri is probably going to get to live and fight another day. Maybe it won't, actually, if you just play like a 4 wins.
Yeah, I was
which I kind of like.
wondering. You only get to play one card. Heavens, you can't draw 3 with it, so it's not great.
Well, you could.
I mean, you could.
You could
Yeah, you
juxtaposition the
could.
Chakri.
You definitely could draw 3 with it. Nick saying, don't know what I did this turn, but I don't like it though. That's kind of a tough turn, right? You could you either Ghost Links Phoenix Fire, but what do you Phoenix Fire the general? And then or you could develop a 4 wins. You only have 4 mana to work with after all.
I like, yeah, Jux. I don't know. This seems fine to me. This is probably what I would have done. I guess it's a little sad. It's like not quite right water. You'd rather the Chakri hits before they get pung, but
Chakri, yeah, you can buff and ping in that fashion.
oh, yeah, and for context, if anybody speaks English as a second language, that's not how you're meant to say pinged.
What, pung?
Yeah, pung is not correct. I don't think it's super, I don't think you're saying it in any professional contexts, but just, I don't want to feed misinformation to people. Unless it's about long extinct pieces of New Zealand fauna.
Light bend, can't quite reach yet. Probably
Yeah.
we just Iron
So
Cliff here.
Yeah, this 4 Winds is alive. And that's scary. It means your Arclight Regalia is not long for this world.
And notice, everyone, like the conversation we just had earlier, the Chakri was traded up for the 4 Winds to survive. Could have kept Chakri around and left 4 Winds in the lurch instead, but superior minion identified.
Yeah. 4 Winds is a little scary against Lionar, actually, because of the heal procs. If they can, like, provoke you and then play a Sunriser next to you, then you don't want to play spells because you'll start dying, which can be a real issue, actually. Smartie
Yeah,
feeds me
it
this
could
information.
backfire in extreme circumstances with Sunriser existing. I've also seen Light Chasers become quite humorously large out of necessity.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, juxtaposition could be good if you could like Tusk War or something. I guess you can't really get a Tusk War that far. You can't like Narnia it. Oh no, it's just turn. Maybe you can with Inner Focus, I guess.
I mean,
You could just sort of unload, right?
if you want to be really extreme with it, yeah, you could inner focus the Tuskport and put the thing in the corner on the bottom right, but I don't think that's necessary.
It also means you aren't like hitting them with any of your minions this turn. So yeah. I will say with disinformation feeding, if anybody criticizes you for saying pung, they hate fun, because basically every person I ever say that around thinks it's great. So I'm just helping you, analyze the people in your life and make sure that, they're worth being around. Because if somebody, this is getting very off track. This is a lot of damage from a Tusk War.
This is a lot of damage. You could cash all in if you wanted to and hit for 4 more damage.
Well,
But
the
McLaren
4 Winds
holding
can't
back
actually
a
get
bit.
that.
Well, I mean, the inner focus ping +3 on Tuskport if you brought it in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I missed 2-drop MO. Yep, that's so bad. So, McLaren was thinking about moving the 4 Winds this turn and didn't.
drops
that
some
opens them
mag
up to just-
sad as they realize
Yeah.
their impending doom. That's a pretty big misplay there. You just cashed out.
Yep.
You're actually low on gas.
His is kind of low, right? But because their Ironcliff is not going to be doing anything for quite a long time, I wouldn't be shocked to see it get martyrdom for a huge heal.
Oh yeah, that is on the table. This is a lot.
This is a lot of damage.
So, alright, arguably, if 4 Winds had been split, Ironcliff would have gone up I think Tuskboar and Four Winds would have been in range no matter what. So I wouldn't beat yourself up too much, Nick. Would it have been out of range?
The Four Winds could go left 2 to go straight to the corner, and the Tuskboar was above where Arjun is now, so there's no way you could get them both with an immolation.
Ah, was it above Arjun? I thought it was where the Mystic was. Well, no, that doesn't make sense. It wouldn't have been there, yeah. Otherwise, Mystic wouldn't be there. It would have been 2 more damage and 2 more healing. That could be a big deal.
So here I would expect Lightbender plus Martyrdom on my own Ironcliff. Or you just Martyrdom the Four Winds and pray. Either of those is an option.
Oh, no, I think you Dispel the Four Winds and yeah, heal yourself for 10, right? You could not Dispel Four Winds and live in a world where you play 2 and 3, I guess.
No, you gotta Dispel Four Winds. Because otherwise Heaven's Eclipse just basically instantly kills you.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is good. It plays around juxtaposition without them having another minion. And I think the only real lethals here are with Heaven's Eclipse, so having another minion is quite a restriction.
Gonna need that HE. Do not find the HE, so I'm gonna have to play it slow. You can just develop Chakra and punch the Lightbender.
Yeah, I think this game is over. Lionel's just gonna be able to develop way more. Maybe one more turn to draw a Heaven's Eclipse.
Could stabilize. I wouldn't say it's over yet, though. Nick Lauren does have a copy of Blood Rage Mask. They could. Well, they went in, but they could have played a long con if they wanted to try for it. They did not develop their Chakra, keeping it for out of hand burst instead. I think that's a mistake, maybe. I would have played that. Bad replaces, bad play, bad me. It's all good, Nick. It's all good. Alright, we have an empty board. Linar can heal up and provoke up if they want to.
Yeah, I would expect Silverguard, Windblade, Sundrop.
Yeah,
just so you're threatening as much damage as possible. The Rejuve is fine. It's just slightly less killy, and you're... I don't want to say like it's impossible for Songhai to do 17 damage here. But
they'll find a way, right?
It's pretty unlikely. I guess 16 because it's 4 healing on Sundrop now.
There you go. Now you're speaking it true, Nick Lauren. It's not what you did. It wasn't your decisions. That's how the internet works when they're complaining about anything, right? It's not my fault.
Yeah.
This shit's busted.
Your lethals of a punch. Okay, well, what are we replacing into? Vets. Not quite, but just might be Ghostlink's Pass.
I mean,
don't hate Ghostlink's Pass, honestly.
You could Ghostlink's Chakra Jux, walk away.
Yep.
Could do that.
Ooh, just to playing with Chakra. Oh, maybe. Waiting with bated breath. Gotta pray Chakra lives and enjoy Heaven's Eclipse. Yeah.
You could gamble that you don't die here and Chakra lives, so just play Chakra and pass. Just keep Chakra.
Well, it does live here. But looking at the hand, unless they replace into something that kills it.
That is true. Playing Chakra could be a big deal if you keep it back there.
Okay, let's see.
I can feel the tension in the air as this moment came to pass. The sweat dripping down the Clarence forehead. They're doing that like cartoon animation where they're biting their lower lip. Unsure of the move they're gonna make, but it's just putting a card down on the spot. Damn, this is some
okay,
good
oh my god. Yep, this is a big, like, I think now if that Chakra lives, if this replace doesn't happen, that's an Ironcliff that can provoke it, but it can't stop it. Let's see.
They say he's gonna have to play very carefully here, but he can
Yeah,
avoid
well...
potential disaster if he's smart about it.
Oh, this is so bad. And this is a punish for not going double Windblade. Can you hear this helicopter?
No.
Excellent. That's good.
Is there a helicopter outside?
I live very close to a hospital, to the hospital.
Oh.
So there's helicopters every now and again.
Well, no worries, no worries. No background noise.
But yeah. Excellent. It was ear splitting for me. Yeah, Ironcliff. This is... So this is good. You want to make sure that both of your provokes are in range of the other provoke so that if a juxtaposition happens, you are, you know, safe. Like, if the juxtaposition happens, they still need to clear your other provoke first. Healing up to 22. This would be... If this is lethal, and it might be... Oh, hitting with Silverguard. Hitting with face? It's getting kind of gnarly.
It's going to be tough to predict it because it really depends on what Heaven's Eclipse draws. I think because everything is positioned to the right, we need a second Juxta. I think we need a second Juxta.
Or like a Phoenix Fire, right? Wait, are they playing Phoenix Fire?
They do have... They actually don't have Phoenix Fire now. They need Lantern Fox to make Phoenix Fire in this deck.
Wait.
It would have to be
I think you gotta inner focus with Chakri first, I think. Yeah. Good play by McLaren. So you inner focus with Chakri now, kill the Silverguard, and then inner focus it again.
Oh.
Because that's where you get cast on both before. Yeah, this is very smart.
That's a good idea. There is some lost damage. It's like it's a necessary evil, but I guess this is the only way to find it.
I don't think it actually loses much damage.
Well, I mean, you're down 3 from hitting.
No, because you can't inner focus both Chakris. Like, you can't inner focus a Chakri twice, right? And you're destroying the minions off Heaven's Eclipse. Oh, Mana Vortex Heavens. Oh my god.
That was double Heavens. Big turn. Look at that. Look at that bar. 7.
Oh my god.
I think it was 8 spells being cast because the Juxta was cast first. I don't know if that's lethal. I don't see the cards highlighting.
No.
It might be just shy. Impressive turn.
I think that means that there should be a win. Wait, is this a lethal for Zeze?
9 damage, can hit for 8. Yeah, that's lethal for Zeze. You just have to fully ammo the top.
Oh yeah, with the Primus Fist, right?
They made it just fucked up, right? Oh no, you gotta throw that in too. You gotta throw that in. Yeah, Primus Fist holy ammo is 9 damage.
Yeah, you don't need a Primus Fist though. You can just kill the Chakri.
McLaren was Songhai Gaming though, almost pulled it off.
That was a big punish for hitting with face. It didn't matter because of replacing the Primus Fist, but
yeah, just ammo is lethal. General punch will get you there.
Holy shit!
That's an exciting turn to watch.
Oh my god. Yeah. Heart was in my mouth and I wasn't even playing.
See, that's why everyone loves
Imagine
Songhai.
being with miscalculators. It would be so scary.
Yeah. That's where your heart drops in moments like those, but that's what we live for in Duelyst. It's moments like those. Lionar hanging in there. It looks like Magmar being sent in before Vitruvian to deal with this Lionar list. We have the trademark Rookmar coming in from the Rook and Rolls.
Yeah.
Featuring...
I mean, there's still a chance to see Flash Rook turn 1.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet actually happen, but it would be pretty funny to see it. Also, Unstable Leviathan present in the deck. You don't see him too often, but he is a big old boy. Probably one of the better 7 drops, arguably.
It's good with Vindicator, and getting the hit on your general with Unstable Leviathan is huge in slower matchups. Getting to 6 attack, saying you've got to have Dispel, or my general is just huge forever, is like actually very strong.
I do agree. He's probably one of the last remaining most worthwhile Vindicator things to throw in with. It's just he's a big
Poncho's
sturdy
deck, by the way.
minion.
I can't take credit. Yeah, McLaren is saying this is Poncho's deck for those in chat who care about the authors of the things.
Gotta give credit where credit is due. The good luck, have fun is posted.
And there's a lion start from this is a tail, which is very strong.
Yeah, I'd say so. Oh, yeah.
Very mobile, threatens to Holy Immolation because you can take a tile with it and then step back into Immo range. Just kind of strong. Oh, I'm thinking about replacing to find a Windblade. Nope, no Windblade.
I like Lion
Play the
turn one,
Lion.
but Windblade would be understandable. Windblade trades into that Doran Phalanx are a little bit nicer.
Yeah, the issue with playing like a 2-mana 2-power creature is that if they play a 2-drop on the tile and have a natural selection, Windblade is much better unless that 2-drop is Phalanx, right?
Very true too. Against this matchup, you have to concern yourself with the 2 mana into Nat Select removal. Magmar's signature opener. I think we were looking at a Vindicator sent to the bottom. Not contesting the tile, staying pretty far out of range of the Azurite Lion.
Yeah, I mean, the Lion can't hit it on this turn, which is quite important because even one Lion hit with a Primus Fist boost is enough to kill a Vindicator, and you really do not want to get your Vindicator killed before it has, you know, rushed something out.
Yeah, you
That's the whole reason
definitely
you play the
want
card.
to vindicate something.
Absolutely. But here we're just going to see Silverguard 2-drop, get a Primus Fist on both of them, play around Plasma Storm, sort of. You're letting your 2-drops die to it, but you're keeping your Silverguard out of plasma range. You're a little sad to Hollow Grovekeeper, but not that sad. Just generally good setup.
Yeah, Hollow Grovekeeper isn't like the worst thing in the universe that could happen to you here.
Repulsive Beast is interesting, actually. I guess it's to set up Rook.
It might be to set up Rook. It might actually
Spirit
be
Harvest
just
is
for
quite
that.
important. This is a really strong draw because it means that McLaren can put slightly less focus onto the board and still probably be fine.
Nicolarin could choose to repulsor away that Silverguard and preserve their rush ability right now on the Vindicator. It's not.
I don't hate it, honestly.
And it's not super strong. Lionheart has a pretty sturdy force assembled here.
Yeah, for sure. I would not be shocked to see that. I wouldn't be shocked to see like Vindicator. Well, you hit the Silverguard with face, I mean you Vindicate in the Rejuve to kill it, but that's kind of sad because you're using your rush of removal.
Yeah, that's
So,
also
yeah, it
a
looks like-
decent turn, I think. Rushing
Looks like
at
we're
the
repulsing.
Juve.
Seems nice.
It's always nice to see Repulsor Beast doing something here.
Yeah, I agree. Big fan of the card. We're looking at an Ironcliffe next turn, right? If so desired.
I don't see why not for Ironcliffe, you know? You don't have to worry about Nat Select. Metamorph. I mean,
yeah.
if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, right?
Yeah, I'm normally a huge fan of just like slamming Regalia against Magmar, but I mean, A, McLaren does have Rust Crawlers, and a lot of Magmars do have Rust Crawlers, but also B, there's still a Vindicated like with that's ready, and that can also lead to very easy Regalia clears, where otherwise Regalia can be a real nightmare for Magma.
Yeah, I don't know if I would Regalia and...
Definitely not here over Ironcliff, but in some positions I think it's very reasonable.
It's definitely pretty good. You know, it might actually be okay if you don't care about the Vindicator, but I think I like Ironcliff a little bit more.
Yeah, Ironcliff's really good.
Right. Interestingly, walled Ironcliff all the way back. Not sure if that was intended or a misclick, because Vath is not provoked. Might have been intended. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like that bad, right? Because if they start walking forward to get away from your Ironcliff, they're walking into your Silverguard if they're repulsed.
No, honestly, it's not like awful or anything. You're playing around Dancing Blade or something too, but just a curiosity, that's all.
But it is going to be punished here, right? By probably by a Spirit Harvester. They just walk forward, play a Spirit Harvester, and kill the Lion. And now, as the Ironcliff sort of walks to get closer to Vath and get chipped away, the Silverguard Knight is much less relevant because it's going to go down to 3 health and possibly down to 1 health. Spirit Harvester 6 next turn. So yeah, pretty big punish, I think, by McLaren.
That's a nasty Spirit
for
Harvester
the Ironcliff positioning.
I was going to say, Zay did a great job playing around Plasma Storm, I suppose. Very spread out in that regard, and around the Macintor frenzies, so they were turned early for that.
I mean, playing around Plasma Storm is very important because Plasma Storm can be backbreaking in this matchup because, like Sunriser, well, I guess Sunriser is a mistake, but Ironcliff, Silverguard, a lot of your threats just sort of naturally die to it. Except Windblade.
Yeah,
God bless.
Windblade just barely over the threshold of Plasma.
Oh, you can't even use Dancing Blades to clear this Harvester. That's really annoying.
It might still be worth to get the 4-6 going, but I don't know. You could equip armor and just hit Vath in the face out of frustration.
Yeah, honestly.
You could martyr, but then you skip your turn basically. You still have a pretty great board.
It sucks. You're kind of getting time warped here. Like, that's just doing nothing. Vath can still run away from the Ironcliff because the Ironcliff could only go 1 space in order to so that it could still kill the Vindicator. This is really annoying.
Yeah, McLaren, despite being down on board, definitely has a lot of options. They're free to... Well, they can nat select the Ironcliff now if they want to, because Zeal is back on Silverguard Knight. Probably... No, I don't know if you want to Mercantor that.
Yeah, I would expect to see a natural selection on this Ironcliff. And like a rejuve or something.
Could set up another Vindicator and save it for your following turn.
I'm not a fan of moving first. Unless you're going to play Vindicator, I guess. Okay, Vindicator moving first is fine.
Well, they had to move to hit the... You had to get rid of Primus.
Yeah, I mean before you played, I was going to play the rejuve, I think. And then you want to move fast so you don't get emote. You want to play it fast so you don't get emote. Gotcha. With Vindicator, you can just run it away. I mean, you don't get emote.
I follow. Yeah,
the Vindicator is much better. You run it back because that way, if you get a rook, you can rush it in. Nope, no rooks. You know, you play with a rook next to a Vindicator in the back line. Rook runs in, kills something, and then it gets to move and kill something else.
Yes, we're eagerly awaiting this rook value.
I mean, I'm really hoping. I love rook. Who doesn't love rook, even? It's just a really sweet card.
Rook has the potential. He's got the potential to be okay. We've seen disappointing rook performances in the past, though. Pants are on.
Yep. There is a Rust Crawler, though.
There is a Rust Crawler. This will be a pretty pesky Silverguard there. Probably gets healed back to 3. Maybe? I don't know, might be holding back. Could just heal it to full, I suppose. Silver Guard is out of Plasma Storm range at the moment, which is nice.
Yep, they're making a fun little Mercantor box. The ideal Mercantor position is currently where Varth is, and Varth is stuck, so good play.
Yeah, I'd say so. Nick Lauren's like, ow, my face.
Yeah.
Yes, you are getting
15
pummeled here.
life. 15 health, and you know, there's an Arclight Regalia, so that's going to drop by 4 every turn if you keep sort of being behind on board like this. Unless, of course, you Rustcrawler, but then you can't Mercantor, although Mercantor's kind of bad here. This is awkward. I wonder what you replace. Probably a Mercantor?
I think Rustcrawler with Rejuve getting rushed probably makes sense. If you really want to look for your Rook, it's kind of... Actually, Rook would do a full clear here, right? It wouldn't clear the armor though, but it would be quite funny. Are we rushing Vindicator? Gotta give the rush minion rush.
This is well, the issue is they want to play a Vindicator in the backline, right? They use their Vindicator in order to get it into the backline. They'd sort of chain off that, but then they'd give their Vindicator rush, which sucks.
It looks like Shroud earns the honor of gaining rush. The third and final Vindicator be established.
Oh no, we're just leaving the Silver Guard up. Fair enough.
Alright, Rook has been drawn. I'm a little surprised nothing was replaced to find something else earlier, but
I agree.
I mean, double Mercantor Rejuvenator, I can understand keeping that if you really wanted to play the rest of the hand out. No Holy Immo to punish this positioning.
Yeah, this is kind of annoying for Zize.
Well, I mean, the one Vindicator spent can't really answer. I mean, you could equip another Regalia and answer the Rustcrawler, and then play a Silver Guard Knight. It's not terrible. If you want to do minions, you could do Dancing Blade and Windblade Adept instead.
Sure can. It's just, yeah. I mean, some of it is also, like, I'm trying to think about ways they might want to play around Rook, but obviously they don't expect Rook.
This is the Rook and Rollers. They might. I don't. I would be curious if they had an idea that it might be there. I don't know. I probably wouldn't think about it.
Yeah, but the Rook and Rollers still haven't brought Rook that often. They did it with like a Songhai deck at some point. I think they did it with a Lioneye deck at some point. I can't remember all of their. I can't remember their whole, discography. But
I think Rook was brought for most weeks in at least one deck, except for it was like week 6 or 7 they had a try hard week.
Oh yeah, I remember that. The Dancing Blades were grumpy because they were like, "Let's meme against the Rook and Rollers; it'll be fun." I mean, the Rook and Rollers were trying.
Yeah, the Rook and Rollers were like, "Lol, lamau."
Oops. Could get a whole 3 damage Rook. Yeah. I'm expecting like Mercantor Rustcrawler here.
Yeah, that's not just a 3 damage Rook. That's a 3 damage Rook with Rush. Vath can just punch the rest of that Silver Guard out of the way. And they can also play Rustcrawler, so they can smash face for 7 whole damage. Never mind, we're playing Mercantor. How boring. Saves 2 HP on Nick Lauren. That would have been a decent Rook turn.
Yeah, but you can do better.
Sure, yeah, you can do better. This is probably better. And then maybe you can get something a little juicier. They want to kill with
They'll never expect the second Rook.
They want Rook to like come out and kill, I feel like.
Yeah, so they've got 1 Rook for board control and face damage, and then the second Rook is going to be the lethal one. That's my guess.
That actually goes down here. That would be Pretty amazing way of closing out your Team Wars experience. Winning with Rook.
Yeah. 2 down was wrong, I think. Can't rush Rook the top row. Yeah, I agree. I think Vindicator 1 down. Probably better.
In all honesty, you probably could have left Vindicator in the center. I'm not sure why it moved. I mean, if you... No, they can't even Iron Cliff Holy Ammo the thing. On this turn.
Yeah, maybe Centaur is just better. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me. Okay, so clearing the Mercantor. Oh, they're gonna do a Dispel Chain? No!
No!
Stop!
We want to see it.
No! Zizze, please! You don't understand!
They say the fun
No.
killer.
No!
This is the last chance they have, no! See, I was thinking if Vindicated does get answered, because it's your last one, maybe the Rook play on the previous turn was the way to go. That was like the best you were gonna get.
Oh.
Well, you can hit Zayzay in the face for 3 with Rook. But there's a really good Mercantor here to play instead.
This is so sad. Yeah, I mean, the Mercantor's pretty good. You get to punish these people for playing so aggressively around you rushing out Rook.
Alright, to Zayzay's credit, right? Nick has been trying to backline Vindicators all game long, so they must have something good to throw out with it, right?
They've been trying to backline Vindicators all game and nothing bad has happened yet. So there's no reason that you should suspect anything.
That is true too. And nothing has happened yet. It's probably okay to leave that alone. Alright, Nick taking
very
it
disappointing.
slow. I'm doing a full minion clear instead of pushing face for damage. Ooh, healing the Mercantor. Feeling comfortable at 13.
Yeah, and what's the worst that could happen? You die? Nah. I don't think Linar actually can do 11 damage for 9 mana. Linar is like another faction which mostly does 1-to-1 mana to damage conversions.
Since this is tempo, yeah, I think the most they could hit for is 11. They can't go past that. Unless they had like a Sunriser on board and a lot of healing.
Yeah. As you saw in the ridiculous final game of the Rook and... Oh, no, sorry, the Lizard Love... No, not Lizard Lovers, sorry. The Juvi's Disciples versus the Humans. Yeah. Sunriser can do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, we did see it there.
But yeah, so they got Emma. Just get some face damage in. Be like, I'm gonna kill you next turn.
Threatening lethal, or threatening to close out the game soon. I think it's a good idea. Kind of a lackluster Holy Image, just hitting a Mystic, but... The Rook and Rollers have left themselves vulnerable to this situation now. They can heal for 8.
They can kill the Primus Fist with Rook as well.
They can kill the Primus Fist with Rook. Yep. If you kill the Primus with Rook, I guess you can flash Rejuve to heal 4, or you could play both Mystics with a flash. Save me, Mr. Rook. You could.
Yeah, I mean, I think the responsible play is just heal. Oh, they don't go for it. Oh, natural selection is really bad because you have a Rust Crawler and the Vindicator. I was like, oh, maybe natural selection can do something, but no.
Alright, hear me out. What if you Rook your own Rust Crawler after its Primus?
Well, the issue is you still got a Vindicator you need to deal with.
Do you have Vindicator still? You right.
Yeah, so Flash, Rook, Rejuve.
Oh, baby. Rook is
I love
here.
to see it. Okay. I'm very sad it doesn't have Rush, but, you know, that's life.
Like how he just does a little hustle to get to where he needs to be.
Yeah. I mean, Rook's like a beautiful card. sort of hilariously over-designed, but that's fine. That's what I want out of my 7 drops. Or 6 drops now.
Yeah.
Okay, is this lethal for Zeze? Probably not, right?
No, that's 8.
I don't think they could.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I don't think they could
based
have
on
replaced it for
their
anything.
deck, they had no way of killing on this turn, actually. Because they don't have any other damage in hand, there's no Tempests and whatnot. They only have a Tiger or an Immo they could have replaced into for out-of-hand burst. So they're gonna need to keep dwindling Nicolarin down to a lower value, but Nicolarin does have quite the formidable board.
Yeah, so if they want to stay in range to beat up McLaren, the issue is that McLaren is now in range to beat them up, and I'm not sure Zeze necessarily wins that exchange. Yeah, we're gonna martyr them, heal them up.
I was wondering if you could somehow avoid using that martyrdom just to not heal your opponent, but I guess Rook is a big enough threat with everything else that's going on. Oh, we're backing off.
Ooh, interesting.
Makes sense.
Equipping the Regalia. Healing up. I kind of like healing the Silver Guard here.
You could have definitely healed the Silver Guard. Oh, we have the other boy.
Leviathan! Oh, it's super scary to play the Leviathan here, but I do want to see it.
We're about to play Casino Royale as Leviathan. For anyone who's unfamiliar with this thing, we'll ping something for 4 damage at random at the end of the Magmar player's turn.
The issue is you have so many like things that will just die to the Leviathan.
I'm gonna crack up if it hits Mercantor of all things on this turn, because I think we'll see it. There's no reason to hold back. You're out of Vindicators.
Yeah, there's no other play, right?
Yeah.
And it is an 11-11. They do have to kill it.
You also just saw Martyrdom go down. I think that was the second one this game, so it's likely going to stick against Lionar at this rate.
Yeah, it's just where do you put it, and you know, decide. I strongly recommend whenever you're playing a card with some RNG element, I strongly recommend saying GLHF before doing it. So hard to this.
Yeah, that's a good,
and
good
I think
etiquette.
it's quite important. And no, it's more of an optimization thing. You're actually luckier if that happens. I don't care about being nice to my opponent. Oh, Healing Mystic bites a bullet.
Right,
damn.
Well, the Mystic down.
She was on the battlefield for approximately 5 seconds. One of the shortest lives of any non-rush Duelyst unit I've ever seen.
I mean, the odds
betrayed
were
by her own team.
In favor of Zeze Tell that one of Nick's things gets hit there. Nick is going to
for sure.
Just ignore that big beast. Maybe put a tiger behind them.
Look, it can't see me if I just stand still and block with a tiger.
Yeah, if I'm not looking at it, it's not real.
Hmm.
All right.
I mean, I think this is all correct. Just got to do it.
To be fair, yes. Except I might have actually inverted things. I might have Dancing Blade behind me and tigered the Vindicator. Because Mercantor is the one thing that kind of fucks you up in this scenario. And
I don't know. I think at this point you can't really play around things.
I guess.
Like, you just gotta hope they don't have it, because...
I think Zeze's just screwed at this point, though. They used their one of Tiger. They have no burst in this deck remaining. I think there's one Holy Immo. They literally can't do anything.
But if Clarence backing off, you're like, yep, gotta make sure. Keep this Leviathan up.
I mean, yeah, you may as well. Play it safe in the Clarence shoes. Your minions are superior to your opponent's board.
There is a risk that the Leviathan does like 8 damage to you over the next 2 turns.
Yes, it could kill you.
But I think, yeah. And also, it is more likely to kill your thing still, so you've got to be careful with that. Just doesn't play anything. Oh, it does hit Vath. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
I'm interested to see why they didn't play the Mystic. That's interesting.
If not Mystic, at least the Silithar could have gone down. Just full surround Arjun or something. Keep him away from you.
I guess they just wanted to increase the chance that it hit Arjun or the Dancing Blade, which were really, really good.
Maybe. Oh yeah, right.
There is a
that
light
was
bender,
his.
so they can, dispel the attack buff off Vath.
Oh, this reminds me of the end of Duelist 1 days. Getting dispelled when you're
Yeah.
growing big as Vath always feels mag sad. Yeah. What Nick posted.
But this is just GG with Metamorphosis and Plasma Storm.
Yeah, Metaplasma will remove that thing. General plus Unstable Leviathan will end the game.
And that means that the Rook and Rollers win, which does that eliminate the Gladys, the Miscalcs? It definitely makes it harder for them to make top four, right?
It makes it harder for them to make it. They could technically make it still. I won't spoil it for the audience. But they're not necessarily eliminated. They did win enough games to potentially make top four, but great set. Good job to the Rook and Rollers. They close out, I think, 3 and 6, but they won their last 3 games back to back to back, so it really turned it around at the end of the season here.
I think once they won the tryhard week, they were like, oh wait, we're actually still all really good players, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
I sort of forgot that, evidently.
Yeah, Poncho started a trend and everyone else followed through. We're on a roll.
They were on a... That's a good one. I might need to hit off.
Hey, no problem.
But thank you for casting this. Thanks for having me. And I'll still be in chat for at least a bit. But gotta go actually, do things in the real world.
Yeah, feel free to. Thanks for joining me while you joined me. So we are gonna...
Bye, everyone.
See you later, Smartie. We are gonna cover a second set, so we'll move on to that. We have the eggs of Shkizulanas Demosi versus the triple prismatic illusionists. So let me get their rosters up on my screen here. The eggs. So this right here is probably one of the most, when it was happening, the most paid attention to game, or the second most. These guys are tied at the same score. So they are they're 5 and 3 each. And whoever wins this guaranteed a top spot. Whoever loses, it depends on how bad they lose, if they make it or not. So pretty big set here. The eggs roster, we have Captain Lolly with Sun, Zohan, Cranky Panda, Kieran, and Kosvid filling out the roster. Prismatic Illusionists, we have Captain Fair with Divination, Goblin, War Buggy, Andreas, Paint Sniffer, and 0_OU. So that is the teams. I will load up the deck here, and while I'm thinking about it in advance, I will update the Twitch title, but we'll load the decks and the game before I get around to doing that. So just give me a moment. We're going to have a mirror match off the bat. Feel free to place your bets on what kind of mirror match we're going to watch. If you have been paying attention, you know what is popular to open with is the color purple. So we're going to have an Abyssian mirror match. We have 8-ball cum. So everybody loves their cum. The eggs, right, they're doing tarot cards or whatever. They were looking at things to tell them what to play and stuff. I don't know if they're still doing that, but they might be. So we have I don't know what to call this kind of Abyssian list. We have a one of Artifact Hunter. There is a one of Flameblood Warlock. This is crap. Who's playing this list? It's Kieran? It's one of them. Anyway, we'll find out. It's a pretty unique list. Almost gets to be about mid-range Abyss style. Just call it Come Abyssian. Yeah, it's Come Abyssian. Come versus Can't Decide Abyssian. Can't Decide is looking like an aggro list. No Flameblood Warlocks, though. Instead, opting for the seldomly seen... I don't remember what it's called. The 2-1 Archer guy. So he's here, can only hit generals with his ability. Fire Spitter, thank you for that. I completely forgot what it's called. Some Tigers, and then we end our curve at 3 mana minions. Go straight to Spectral Revenant. So there's no mid-game in this deck whatsoever, only early game. And lots of burn. Lots of burny things. So I will load up this video first, and then I will change the stream title. I have no idea who will come out ahead in this match, but it should be fun to watch. And we actually have 0_OU playing against Sun. No Kieran around. Sun instead of Kieran. So who are we? This is Teos and PPPI. Alright. Let me see something real quick while we're getting started. Okay, I'm back. So, I didn't see what the replaces were. Void Pulse opener, Magsad opener. 0 passes turn 1 in an Abyssian mirror match with both decks being kind of burnished. I am curious how that's gonna turn out here. What's up, Cranky Panda? You'll be in and out as you're preparing for a conference. Yeah, no problem. Sun has a nice opener. On the flip side here, thinking about replacing Breath of the Unborn. Probably a good idea against this Abyssian list. I mean, it could be okay, but you know, they don't know that they're dealing with aggro. Looks like they're opting to keep it. Told them not to because 0 played some Swarm in past weeks. Oh, well, there you go. If you do your homework and you try to predict what your opponent has, I can understand keeping it there, yeah. Keep for 1 turn. Makes sense. Keeping Rejuvenator. A very good idea, considering what you're up against as well. So 0 has to contend with an Araki, not the hugest deal. May want to replace something. Maybe Darkseed. I don't know if you want to play early Darkseed. Looking for another 2-drop to go with this Ghost Links. No, never mind. I guess we're just gonna play Void Pulse turn 1. Okay, playing Void Pulse turn 1. I'm really surprised you didn't look for... Yeah, you got Fire Spitter there, 1 mana card. Quite a far cry from what Fire Spitter used to be. So this sort of play, like, they missed turn 1 and then they did this. It doesn't really give you a lot of information about which type of Abyssian exactly you're going up against. Maybe you think they're on Sarlacc and they just missed their openers. Yeah, you could, so it's like a rough turn for Sun too. This happens in the Abyssian Mirror quite a lot. They're early game, very reactive to each other, so nobody wants to do anything. Sun could take center, punch face, heal back up to full, just develop the 4-4. Call it a turn. Okay, leaving both mana tiles open. Blocking the top one. Trying to secure that for themselves. So neither of these things are too threatening for 0. I would think of a place first. Could develop your fire spitter. If you're gonna send Darkseid away now, I'm not sure why we kept it on the previous turn too. It's all good. I'm actually surprised that the lure didn't get sent away because I would think you don't want to use it right now. Did replace into Grasp of Agony though. So you can wait to get a nice Lure Grasp play later. Can't reach Araki with Night Sorrow Assassin unless you put Fire Spitter in harm's way, which you probably don't want to do. Huh. It's just sending Rejuvenator away, doesn't want to deal with it. I mean, you're saving yourself some damage, so that's okay. I feel like it's a bit wasteful, maybe. It wasn't that big of a deal of a minion to throw away. So once you see Fire Spitter, you may realize you're facing off against some sort of aggro-ish list. Fire Spitter almost exclusively gets used in aggro from what I've seen. Don't normally put it into other decks since it can only aim at generals. Aggro Abyss Pog. And we do have Aggro Abyss versus Come Abyss. And this Vorpal Reaver is going to potentially be a pretty big deal. I guess it's a good thing the second demonic lure is still available. Tacking on a Void Pulse just to get rid of the Fire Spitter. It makes a whole lot of sense. Darkseid getting the boot again. Poor Darkseid. So yeah, this is potentially problematic for 0, even if they decide to, like, you could take 6, you could Night Sorrow this, but then there's 6 Wraithlings that spawn. nice pasta. You pretty sure you roped the last one turn though? Hey, it's all good. We rope all the turns here in Team Wars, right? There's much to discuss, even if there's not much to be done. Right, son. That Void Pulse will save you damage, but yeah. what else are you gonna do, Zero? You kind of have to. I guess yeah, Void Pulse, Night Sorrow. Get to keep your lure. If you grasp a Vorpal Reaver and a Wraithling spawns near it, does it get killed? I guess we'll find out right now, because I actually don't know how that works. I would assume no, logically. We see the oops go down. No Wraithlings spawned nearby, so we can't find out. The oops is because Zero ended their turn before punching Wraithlings with their stuff. So this Abyssian list doesn't have any synergistic things to do with the Wraithlings. They are just 1/1 tokens. They're not the most terrifying thing in the world. Probably just use them to clear some stuff. 2 of them can take out Night Sorrow Assassin. You can hedge your forces forward. You can Dancing Blade the Ghost Links. Sun looking good. Probably feeling good. they have a broken mouse. I didn't know that. Apparently a broken mouse on Zero's side. I mean, I know the pain of that. My mouse is broken too. Does the damn... All of my mice are broken, actually. One of them wheel doesn't scroll, and the other one is double clicking when I only click once with the left clicker. Oh, Sun has a broken mouse. He's playing on tablet. Oh, okay. So yeah, no Dancing Blade played, instead just the Primus to get stuff cleared. Primus and Araki developed, which is fine. You know, you don't have to do the 4-3. Since the grass was just played, I feel like Araki could have been used aggressively. I don't know. It's gonna have to, we see this happen a lot, so Araki in Abyss usually put far away and then it just doesn't reach ever. Might be the case this time, might not. Zero has no great way of clearing anything. They could punch a Wraithling, but that puts them in range with the Rejuvenator. You could just Dark Seed for 4 and heal for 2 after you hit something. I'm seeing a lot of mouse movement, yeah, happening near the Wraithlings, so we are doing this strat instead of sticking by the Primus in the corner. Get some Dark Seed action going on. A little 5 damage. And 4 mana. Songhai does 5 damage. They spend like -2 mana and draw back all their cards to do it. In comparison. Very reasonable Dancing Blade. And yeah, Sun walking away just makes sense. You know for sure you're up against aggro now. The cash in on Rejuvenator and heal heal Rejuvenator instead of your general. So you can hit for 4. No. Since it was at 3, just heal in face. Probably wise considering your opponent to just heal face. Okay. Nova's on the table. Double Dark Seed on the following turn. will not be enough damage. You're also probably gonna die if you go face with Nova, so I don't think that's a viable option. There is Grasp Lure Dark Seed as an option. But it's not great, right? You could lure something into the middle, but then you're gonna stay in range of everything else that doesn't die, namely Dancing Blade and Araki. I doubt you punch Araki for 7. Okay, this makes sense. You could just lure the top 3 minions. You're still in range of a lot of damage. Get to clean up the board a little bit. You take a slight health lead now. Sun can basically do the same amount of damage back to you though. Can do 2 more. Do you play Nova? Because it's Nova? 14 HP is probably good enough to survive. You don't need the Rejuvenator. Now, this is Abyss Mirror. He who Novas first loses, right? Because the other one can cover it up, but you're dealing with aggro. Don't think they're lethals. It would have to be something extraordinarily extreme. I don't think Tiger, Shadow Reflect, Flame Blood even kills. That would be 8 mana, right? 8 mana, 12 damage. That's about the extent you could do. If they were in range of your general, since 3 things could hit you, maybe they should have did their play and just walked in range of the other Wraithling. It's not like that's much more damage. And you're gonna have to do a defensive Nova just to not die. And then, in response, probably get Revenant in the face, but you're not dead to just Revenant. They're gonna need something else. Triple grass lure thing possible if they had another lure because of the Wraithling. Yeah, they already used 2. That wasn't likely to happen at all. Yeah. Healing Mystic's death sounds always humorous to me. Alright, we're fishing. I only got a Shroud. You're probably safe at 14. I see no reason not to just throw Spectral Revenant at your opponent. You can even dispel a Shadow Creep tile of theirs and call it a turn. If you're really scared, nah, I don't think you should Rejuvenator here. The rest of your hand's too awkward to work with it. Good positioning. Keeps your opponent away from you. You know, actually, because of the Wraithling's positioning, I think you might have wanted to stay in the corner. Because the Wraithling makes something have to move 2 tiles around it. And if you come down here, you're taking... You're getting closer. It doesn't matter that much overall. 0 is going to die to the next Revenant. They can't heal, they can't kill their opponents, so I think this is over. They're gonna have to Nova this collection of minions. It's really their only play. I mean, they do heal for 2 HP, but that's not enough. Oh, they leave the Wraithling alive? I mean, you could have healed, walked back to, and kept your Mystic way back. You might have... Would you have been out of range of the enemy Revenant? Yeah, I think you're out of range of the Revenant unless they have a 2-drop, so... would have been the correct choice, but the Wraithling is not gonna die now. I wonder if that was a misclick or if they intentionally wanted to make like a wall of shadow creep in this fashion. Yep, dead to Rev. Alright, so 8-Ball Abyss comes out ahead of Can't Decide. Aggro goes down. And the eggs take an early lead. We're going to see Vanar coming in response. Nonconformist Vanar. Jack's true sight is here to stay. There is a Crystal Wisp to help get to Jax a little bit sooner, but otherwise this is like a throwback last patch Vanar list for the most part, thus the nonconformist. Only 6 spells. They've got their Vanar single target removals of choice. So we know this list is good, right? Usually you don't see Crystal Wisp in it, and Jax is now nerfed to an extent. It'll be interesting to see how it performs. Divination piloting Vanar. Sun might want to replace, yeah, something for a better opener, but they have a Blood Tier. Gonna be happy with that. Breath of the Unborn, potentially good against Vanar. Depends on the type of Vanar, of course, but might see some usage. Oh, Niv showing the superiority of their minion over the Blood Tier. We have a front line Fenrir Warmaster. Don't get to see that opener too much anymore. This is why. Because this spell happens. So Fenrir will go down. That's a nice removal. I'm sure his son's pretty happy about that. Since they counterpicked this matchup, you assume they have Jax. That's a very fair assumption to make. Jax is pretty good against Abyss. And if you have that hard read, I suspect we'll see Breath of the Unborn stay in your hand for the rest of the game until its time comes to be used. Lady Lock Crystal Wisp. So Sun can just punch that Crystal Wisp if they want to. Sun can also probably just develop a Dancing Blade to deal with it. Niv will ramp. And ramping equals bad, right? But it's probably worth it to just Dancing Blade to Crystal Wisp. Can't really Dancing Blade Lady Lock due to the provoke. I think this makes good sense. And you can keep, yeah, you can keep Primus near your general. Just to help you clearing some stuff. So, Niv probably doesn't want to Hailstand this, since it doesn't die, and it's an opening Gambit minion. You could just ignore the Dancing Blade and take Primus for yourself. Maybe hit Dancing Blade or lock it down and just leave it alone. If you do take Primus Fist, you have to be a little wary of Grasp of Agony. It would actually be kind of bad here to play Zenrui and play in the Grasp. You could do Fenrir Hearth Sister, I suppose. That just doesn't seem as strong. I mean, you can kill the Primus Fist with Hearth Sister and throw in some damage into it. No, Zenrui is highlighted, so we're gonna hope they don't have a punishing Grasp counter to this. Lady Lock does lock down Dancing Blade. They do dodge Grasp of Agony, which is nice. Not so nice for Sun. I mean, Sun still gets pretty good clears here. Yep, Blood Tear, Night Sorrow. Dancing Blade just trades into Lock. You can hit and Void Pulse. So the whole board... No, we don't have 6 mana. We can't clear the whole board. Yeah, I think this is reasonable. Oh, look at that. Jax is ready to go. On time, too, thanks to Crystal Wisp. It's almost like it wasn't even nerfed. Unfortunately, they have the answer for this in hand. Very good call on the Egg's part to keep Breath of the Unborn. But Jax is developed. Primus trading into Night Sorrow just to get rid of it. Yeah, Sun can smork it up. That's a red flag right there when they immediately attack you. They don't even spend a moment thinking about their turn. It's like watching a car crash. Car crash with the commentary on, and they're telling you it's gonna happen in like 5 seconds. So you get to brace yourself for it a little bit. Yeah, just smorking it makes sense here. And this Breath of the Unborn, because it heals Dancing Blade up to full, is super strong. And that is crazy good turn. But Niv's not out of it yet. Hailstand looking to get used. That's not ideal. Unnecessary evil though. Rejuvenator immediately getting slammed down. With Rust Crawler. Forming a defensive perimeter. Keep this Abyssian bastard off of me. I think an alright response. The could get crushed pretty badly if Revenant is drawn here. on this replace. You argued a lot about this turn, kind of wanted the Vorpal. You are at 15. You are against Vanar. I can understand not wanting the Vorpal. I would probably clear stuff if it was me. Only because your opponent's Vanar. Vorpal can die to a second Hailstone pretty easily. You also want to clear. Yeah, I would probably clear here. Interesting. Oh, we're going face. I see. So this is a line of play. Going face here. I was a little curious why the Rust Crawler took the hit and the Night Sorrow at first, but it makes sense if you're smorking it up. I think this line of play is fine. They die to a Revenant off the top. If they don't heal or provoke. Yeah, Rust Crawler value. They just played one, but there's a second one. This means Juvenator can hit you in the face instead of hitting Nightstar. Yep. Now, this is suddenly really bad for Sun looking at their hand. And if I was Niv, I might have considered leaving Rejuve where it was and then putting the Fenrir in front of my general, just in case they could approach me. You know, keep a provoker nearby. Still in range of getting to the enemy general. Decoys dropping a forehead here. And not very good answers in hand. You're gonna have to lure something. I don't know what. Rust Crawler? Rust Crawler Shroud on Fenrir Assassin can trade into that favorably. Unfortunately, you can't tack on a Dancing Blade at the same time, so you're gonna be looking at Healing Mystic Araki. Oh, we're committed to the smack face game. I think we might be trying a little too hard to make the aggro work. Okay, we are killing Emerald Rejuvenator. Never mind. That's scary. Might have been worth to place both minions blocking that Fenrir or Master. Just in case, yeah. Our sister Razorback comes in with a Primus on top of things. I think we did a Rocky first, like Chump as well. If both units were behind us, we live. Yeah, I think both units behind you might have survived a Razorback turn. Because they could only hit you with one thing. Now, the only problem is they had Primus there. So what was it? It was 5, 6, 7, 8. They had 8 damage. Did you have 9 HP? I forget. Anyway. Both Abyssians are down and out for the count. Feisty games. We have the natural predator of Vanar coming in next. So that means lizards. It is Magmar time. Liberty Magmar. So this is pretty spicy. Hold on, I'm trying to count. It's 35, 9. It's a 40 card deck, so it's kind of like the mid-rangey Magmar with the Grove Keeper. We've seen that fall off in popularity, but it's back here. A lot of 2-ofs I'm noticing because we squeezed in an Earth Sphere. We have a 1 of Plasma Storm. There's also Iridium Scale with triple Adamantite Claws. So Artifact Frenzy Package in this Magmar list should do pretty well against Vanar, I would think, yeah. This type of Magmar is pretty efficient at dealing with Vanar. Hey, what's up, Kev? How you doing? Pretty good opening hand from Sun. Sun's back in for round 2. Niv has that double Ghost Lynx opener if they want, but they also have a Fenrir, and Fenrir usually wins Vanar's favor over other options. We'll have to see what Niv decides to do. Sun and you were the only pilots for this week. Oh, is this the list where people were playing three teams each? Right, I think it was mentioned there too. Yeah, as long as everyone's cool with it, I'm cool with it. I mentioned it earlier because it was happening in the Rook and Rollers game, I think, as well. We have a nice Rush Phalanxar here to deal with Fenrir. Fenrir played in front tile again, getting punished again for doing so. This is the reason why people backline their minions nowadays. Even a resilient one like Fenrir can get got by your opponent if you stick its neck out too far. It's a pretty sizable board from Sun. They're ready to ramp into a Harvester next turn if they want to. So Niv is behind now and might be having a hard time catching up. They're gonna need to develop some mana first. This is looking like just second Fenrir and take 4. If you want to draw options, Niv could arguably, although not reasonably, play Ghost Lynx and Chromatic Cold Silithar. The reason for not playing that week was due to complete and total burnout. Then after watching the set, you went ahead and played 7 hours of ladder. A serious problem. It's all good, Zohan. It's all good. And Sun considering their options here. Actually playing Mesmerize. Against Vanar, besides Ancient Grove, and technically Rhino, although it's not popular now, it's probably one of the best Mesmerizes you're gonna get, so a reasonable play. Spirit Harvester may be too destructive to your own board. Didn't cleanly answer Fenrir. A bit of it like feels like a slow turn though. Zunrui still in the Vindy. Not much else to do on this side. I could have pretty much just healed back to full. Yeah, I don't have last week's decks memorized, so I don't know. Maybe they use similar ones. There's definitely differences, I can say that much, from last week's. It's just a Zenrui. I think 2 and 2 is reasonable on this turn. You don't have to develop Harvester. If you develop Harvester, you can clear board though. Put a 5/5 in Vanor's face. Your hand will be filled up, so Hailstone Prison will destroy Spirit Harvester if that's all you do, whereas 2 and 2, your hand stays open against Hailstone Prison, and you keep your Silithar out of egg mode. Since that traded, I think 2 and 2 is what we will see here. Alright, interesting placement. Giving Niv some space to work with. I would think, just because this Magmar deck has Adamantite Claws and stuff, that they would want to stay by Niv. So I'm a little surprised they just walked away like that. I mean, your hand is filled with triple Harvester, though. And Niv thought about the trade offer and thought it was a good enough deal. Said, I'll take your other minion instead. Second Zenrui. Walking away tricks them into chasing you, then you equip 5 pairs of claws and smack face. Ah, I see. It's really diabolical. Macantor does lead to a full clear, but you're missing out 4 damage face, so it doesn't feel so good. It's actually kind of a disruptive Zenrui turn. Pretty good turn on Niv's part. Earth Sphere is in hand. You could, although it's not worth it, you could egg both Silithars. Actually, you would kill your own egg, and they would keep an egg if you want a Harvester. This makes sense. It's clean. It's efficient. You're waiting for Jax to hit the board anyway. Playing around dancing blades. Does Niv Gamba with that Jax? Quite a few turns have gone by. Magmar more than likely has the solution. I feel like they might just want to hit that Macantor, heal off the damage, and play a Mystic too, maybe. Only because you get blown out so hard by Harvester here. Granted, Harvester will kill Macantor for you. It's always tough to know what to do when you're up against Magmar and you know that they probably got it, but you probably gotta do it anyway. Hey, look, there's one of them claws. Thread the Razorback, too scary. We have to play Harvester. Healing Mystic can keep your Macantor alive too. Pretty big deal. Yep, there's our boy. Delete the board dot minion. Decoy's a big fan. Yep. Jax against Magmar, just not a good matchup for him. I'm surprised the Reju's are getting replaced considering we might need them soon. This looks like a Lady Lock turn, 8 mana. Actually, you know, I'm not sure because you either play the TT drops with Lady Lock or you just play Reju with Lady Lock. You do not answer things if you do that. Might want to Chromatic Cold that Harvester too. This is a tough situation to be in for Niv. I'm not even sure what the most efficient play would be to get out of this situation relatively okay. Yeah, do you just like Lady Lock, Chrome Cold Mystic, and double provoke Harvester? Oh, that was a Hearth Sister, so we're killing the egg. I mean, considering the available options, seems like an okay turn. And just buys you time. You hope to God there's no Macantor coming. Or something worse than Macantor. I don't know what that would be exactly. Maybe Claw's Iridium Scale. It's 10, 12. It's only 12 damage. Honestly, I would probably just Macantor. You throw your Mystic into that Hearth Sister, your Harvester cleans everything up. You're left with Harvester. I guess you can play Phalanx R2 because why not? Not going face, then Elder. Elder is a fine turn too. Does the egg stick? They get zapped first, right? Yeah. Harvester zaps first, so Elder Egg does hit the board only on the first turn, obviously. Well, I think Elder will always leave an egg. The egg will die and then Elder will poop an egg in that order. Yeah, new egg hits the board every turn. This is why I think Egg Morph should be a very much considered card. Because, you know, hatching an 8/8 with Rush is, you know, pretty good. Sometimes. Silthar Elder gets deleted from existence, exiled, as they say in Magic the Gathering. Removed from play in Yu-Gi-Oh, I think. How do we hatch it if it spawns end of turn, Mr. Harpy? You hatch it on your next turn. Duh. Your harvester doesn't zap at the start of the turn, it zaps at the end of the turn. I'm in top 4, by the way. Hee hee. Alright, we're trusting Ladylock to buy us some more time. Elder Egg is on board. If you could suicide your Spirit Harvester, which you can, I would really consider it. Yeah, and get your Elder back. Using a Macintor to deal with the Ladylock. You have to, though. Plasma Storm would have hit your egg. There's no way to plasma that and not hit the egg. No, wait, could you have plasmid on the bottom 6 tiles, or does plasma have to hit 9? Like, can plasma only hit the 6? I actually don't know. It doesn't let you? Damn, that sucks. I would have plasmid instead of Macintor if you could. But, you cannot, apparently. Still, I think this play is pretty good. You get your Elder back. Yeah, there's no reason to hit. Sun says, fuck it, I'm hitting anyway. Don't have to there. Probably just won the game with that turn he did. Alright, as Niv, how do we get out of this? Can Hearth Sister something away? Can't Zenrui anything? I think we kept the Zenrui in hand too, right? Didn't they replace something else for that? Mystic. Alright, taken 4. Doing a little healing, sending away the Elder. I guess Zenrui can steal the egg on the next turn if you somehow stabilize on this one. Sun has 2 claws. That is 8 damage? Excuse me. 8 plus 4, 12, 3 off lethal at the moment. I would probably Plasma Storm and equip 1 claw and then laugh and laugh and laugh. Because the puny Vanar player cannot stick any minions against the might of Magmar. Yeah, this is looking pretty over. Niv's hand is not equipped to deal with this situation. They are just too far behind Magmar quality. I do like 2 down for Elder. This is a good idea too, just box and Niv. You don't have to punch them with claws. You can heal. This like secures your victory, sort of. More so than claws does. Hey, gonna get yoinked. Niv not willing to concede yet. Man modes a Phalanxar in the face. It's probably the most value I've seen a Phalanxar get is 2 hits on the general. Unfortunately, double claw plus rejuve will end this. Sun will take the win. be the end of this Vanar. Alright. So Vanar dies. Now the other natural predator, so Magmar preys on Vanar, and then Songhai preys on Magmar, right? That's how this works. And then Lionar preys on Songhai, and then you're out of strong counter options. You just hope your Vitruvian list does something, right? Skill issue, Songhai. It is yet another spell high. We do love our spell highs. Looks pretty similar to a list we saw earlier. One Killing Edge in this one Blood Rage Mask. Is that 2 Lantern Fox? I see. I think that's 2. So let's get this loaded in. Magmar has quite a hard time dealing with Songhai stuff. Songhai backlining things and whatnot. Very problematic for the lizards to contend with, and their burst is usually problematic. This list of Magmar does have a single copy of Earth Sphere, though. That could be relevant in helping them perform a little better. Pretty fast replaces on both sides. Sun's gonna be looking to get rid of those elders. Ugh, Paint Sniffer, do you pass or do you Phoenix Fire? Phoenix Fire! Turn 1! With a Lionar smile. Yeah, players often chastised for doing that turn. Turn 1, Phoenix Fire. Where's Jay? Zohan saying, think I suggested replacing Mystic here to find another 7-drop. Really? I mean, could have been funny, but you just got Phoenix Fired in the face. Don't you want to heal that off for 2? This is the reason why you don't Phoenix Fire turn 1, by the way. It's because Healing Mystic exists for player 2 to just put down and offset your damage. If anyone wonders why it's such a meme play, for those of you who don't know, you just witnessed why. Alright, so Paint Sniffer can do a very slow Chakri development, which is pretty decent against Magmar, but it's gonna feel really bad when that Spirit Harvester gets ramped out. Paint Sniffer could Chakri Inner Focus on tile and then run the Chakri back to. That is the real winning play here. Deny the ramp. They don't know this, and it plays in the Nat Select, so it's a terrible waste of cards, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. This is why you put Flame Bloods in your new Songhai list. Lets you Phoenix Fire both of us on turn 1. Yeah, but you get a 3-1 body. Slightly more worth. Even if they Healing Mystic off the damage. Well, if I was this Magmar player, I would replace for Flash first, because summoning Elder right now probably wins you the game, but you could also just slam down Harvester and keep your hand because it's okay against Songhai. Actually, you could replace Elder. Elder might be too slow against Songhai on average. You might want to find Macintors instead. But yeah, Harvester in the face to deny a ramp. Paint Sniffer can deal with it. They can punch it and just take 5 damage. Now with Saber Spine Seal. Develop a Kaido Assassin, hope that sticks. If they don't want to take damage, you could spend some cards here to Killing Edge your Kaido Backstab Harvester. You get to draw 3 cards back thanks to Killing Edge. Seldomly seen secondary ability of cycling. Because we're Songhai, we fucking cycle cards as the burn faction, which makes no sense to me, but I don't make the rules. I just play the video game. The Kaido play is a full clear if Paint Sniffer wants to go down and punch Mystic. Oh right, they need the mana tile. Never mind. I forgot, they need the 5th mana. So they are doing the Killing Edge thing and they will draw back up to 5. You have a very respectably powerful minion on the board. Magmar has a hard time dealing with that. The Metamorph in hand, practically the only way they answer that. But it's going to cost them their turn. Claws could be an okay play here, but you're against Songhai, you probably don't want to take 6 damage. Don't worry, you make up for it by taking 3 damage for absolutely fuck all reason shortly. I guess we'll have to see why. Maybe there was a reason, but it's just been forgotten. Yeah, this is such a Magmar move. Magmar, they're just too afraid to take the damage. For good reason. That would almost be irreparable. To be fair, if Sun wanted to, they could have developed Vindicator and played Phalanxar there. Just trade in Phalanxar and Healing Mystic. Or Phalanxar and Vindicator or something. Sun even recognized he forgot what he was doing. Just do a play, you don't even know why. You're like, oh man, I don't know why I did what I just did there. That's how you know the night was dragging on, right? Maybe. What are we doing here, guys? I mean, top 4 plays. It obviously was RNG manipulation. When in doubt, you're just manipulating the draws for the rest of the game based on the final positionings you take. It's like Fire Emblem movement. Every single time you move your cursor, you change the RNG pattern. You know? Alright, Paint Sniffer, they can either take it slow, set up, or they can burst. Maybe do a mix of both. Looks like we're gonna do a mix of both. If they wanted to, they could have attacked with Boar first, and nah, I guess that doesn't save the Chakri. Guess how we clear Tuskspore. I don't know. I would hope with Vindicator, right? Harvester hit with face. Yeah, the only thing about Harvester is it doesn't kill Chakri from this situation, so... that Hollow Grove Keeper might tempt some players to not use Vindy on this turn. But I think Vindy is the correct play. Something barely better than that. I have no idea. What are you gonna do? We see Vindy, we see Phalanxar. Okay, so instead of using Vindicator, we're taking 3. I mean, you're keeping a 1/3 up on the board. You have an Earth Sphere in the deck, it'll be fine. damn, that sucks for Paint Sniffer. Drew a Mana Vortex. They can Spiral Technique. It's their only one in the deck, but they could do it. They could just say, fuck this board, I'm spiraling. I'm at 25 HP. I got time. You could Heaven's Eclipse looking for stuff and then save Spiral for next turn. No, they're spiraling. Now it might be problematic that you just took 3. You're an ad hell. Sorry about the ads. If you're looking to bypass ads, all I'll say is there is a way. There is a way. I would seek it out. You can overcome the ad wars. Hashtag don't let my bosses at Twitch know. Please stop adding us to death. Twitch and Amazon. Streaming is not television. It's not television, man. It's a different experience. You gotta come up with a different ad system. Anyway, I'm not gonna get on that topic. So, Sun looking a little vulnerable. They can heal back to 8. Hope there's not a second spiral, which there isn't. That minion placement means you can't escape from a juxtaposition. Oh, okay, we're provoking. Right, I forgot about Hologrove Keeper's natural ability. And the fact that it's a 5/4 frenzy, it just doesn't seem like it would provide provoke 2 things around it, you know? It doesn't look like it would do that. So that is a lot of provoke. Might be enough provoke to keep you around. Paint Sniffer, 7 mana, threatened by a lot of damage. Not lethal amounts of damage though. That's a Blood Rage Mask. Alright, well. Let's see what we draw. Paint Sniffer can kill. They have a Heartseeker. Saberspine Seal will be enough with Inner Focus to kill. Or you could get Phoenix Fire Juxta. That's 4 or 5. That's 1 off. Phoenix Fire Juxta is 1 off. Can Inner Focus target an enemy minion? Because that's 7 damage. No? Alright. That's out of the equation. I think you're 1 off. Feels 1 off, man. It just settles on a Phoenix Fire. Takes out a Phalanx, sorry. But notice they stuck to their guns. Everything did go face that could go face. Just like you're in a situation where you either get them or they get you, right? You can't double back and start clearing minions out with the Phoenix Fire and whatnot. Unless it saves your life, I guess. Sun's 99% fucked here. They did not draw Earth. If they drew Earthsphere, I think Sun won. They really needed that healing card. Instead, they have an Elder. And 2 HP, living on a prayer. Please be one of those weird Songhai decks with no Phoenix Fires in the deck. God damn it. Alright, well played by both sides though. Paint Sniffer did what they need to do. They will come out ahead against Magmore. So Songhai eats Magmar, Magmar eats the Vanars, and Lionar eats the Songhais. You guys know how the song and dance goes. The eggs will be bringing in Helionar. It is Helionar. Arclight Sentinel has made it into this deck. I was like staring at it for a minute. I'm like, the minion pool seems longer than it usually does for some reason. And yeah, Arclight Sentinel is present. Other than that, looks like your standard Helionar variant. There is a copy of Sunbloom as well. I'm not sure what was taken out to squeeze these in. Something has to be taken out to do that. So a couple of interesting choices. Oh, that's the wrong match. Spoiler alert. You didn't see that. I'm really bad. I have these all numbered. You think I could count up by a 1. But, oh, no Regalia. Yeah, there's no Regalia in this list. That's where those cards are coming in from. Triple Regalia is gone. Alright, well, we definitely don't know how this is gonna end. Pretend you saw nothing. It's Songhai versus a Lionar. Mystic opener. Not what you want to see, but it'll do. It'll do. It'll do just fine. Oh. No courtesy healing for the Songhai player. How rude. And Cranky Panda is up for the eggs team. Faroka with the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. What is up, everybody? Welcome on in. We're on the tail end of our casting tonight. It is the Eggs versus Prismatic Illusionist. They are 2-2 at the moment, so evenly matched. We watched Bladham's Miscalculators and Rook and Rollers earlier. I was wondering if my alert sound was going to go off or not. It's pretty delayed. So you went on for a while, Faruka. Hope you had a good night with your matches then, in that case. Not too frustrating, right? And we're really thinking hard about playing Chakri Avatar. Yeah, Chakri Pass. No, it was definitely frustrating. Well, you toughed it out then, maybe. This Songhai hand, though. I love to see it. Cranky Panda's got the 2-2. Very strong turn. But Ironcliff guaranteed to follow up. Paint Sniffer already seems kinda SOL. Yeah, streaming is pretty fun to do. Well, I hope you get to relax. Pulled a good tarot card that day. Oh, is that what it is? I mean, yeah, you have Ironcliff Martyr. They have fucking Inner Focus, Saber Spine. So there are some shenanigans going on here. Paint Sniffer probably cursing the circumstances as they punch a Windblade. Oh, are they punching your face? They're punching face. I don't know if that's the right decision to make, but that's just me. Yeah. You may as well smork it up against Lionar, because why the fuck not, right? You're already screwed. Cranky Panda probably Takes mana with Mystic, Iron Cliff top tile. You could also walk up top and then perfect protect yourself with Iron Cliff or something. Hit face for 4 with Windblade if you want. Honestly, if you just walk up, you could leave the bottom mana tile open, have your Mystic go center, so it's ready to take it next turn if it's not dealt with. I would probably do that, and just hit back. Do as much damage to them as they just did to you. True Paint Sniffer only knows to go face. Yeah, what's up, Bonwai? And Mazer, how you doing? Hope you're well. Alright, Mystic stays put. Paint Sniffer needs a juxtaposition on the replace, right? They don't find it. They're dead. I don't know. You could develop 4 wins up top, so Ironcliff has to consider going to hit that. Nah, Windblade's just gonna trade in the 4 wins. Yeah, they're kind of fucked. You could inner focus Chakra, Phoenix Fire, something. This looks so over. This does look pretty over. It's only turn 3. But Paint Sniffer's hand, they didn't do any development done against Lionar. And then they smorked with double Saber Spine Seal on turn 2. That's just not it. Yeah, I didn't mention specific numbers earlier, but I did mention that this was a pretty big match. Both teams tied for top placement. Whoever wins definitely gets in. Whoever loses, depending on how badly they lose, may get bopped out. Depending on how the other team's performances are. So everyone was fairly close in wins from everyone in the middle group. When they played Yuri, lost to the Nick Lauren Yuris. I'm trying to avoid saying too much. I don't want to spoil results for those who are unawares. Look, more face damage. It's like Shiva, or whatever her name is, Shaddai, is under arrest. Got an Iron Cliff on each side, grabbing onto her arms. About to take her away. Oh, that's one down. That's nice. You emptied your hand. 2 Phoenix Fires are gone. 2 Saber Spine Seals are gone. I don't think hitting there is what you want to do, but you know, it's kind of hopeless at this point. Cranky Panda has 9 damage. Needs 1 more. Doesn't find it. Yeah, Shroud kills this thing. It's pretty much done. It's been done since turn 2. Oh, we're making use of the mana tile. We get a Windblade and a Silver Guard. Perfect protect while locking down your opponent, using your opponent to help shield you. A thing of true beauty, this right here. Tusksport can displace something. Oh shit, Paint Sniffer's free. Just staying in. I mean, there's no point in running away, right? There's nowhere to run to. Alright, Arclight Sentinel had to be used for lethal there, so it is revealed to the opponents. It's not a commonly used card, so it might have been nice to save that info, but no reason to delay the match and risk losing. Songhai going down, Vitruvian coming in next to deal with this Lionar. You know, I'm quite surprised a little bit. Mech Vitruvian is coming in. Mech Vet's been fairly popular in the Team Wars. This thing shows up at least once a week, it seems like. So, Mechazor Vet, we have the full suite of Time Maelstroms. We do have a couple Entropic Decays added in. New card for the Mech Vet set to play with. I don't know what gets dropped. I do like seeing we're back to a 40 card deck. Some of the mech decks were going over that number last week. You know, you don't want to make it harder to find your Mechazors. Captain Thair coming in. Try and take out Cranky Panda. Pretty good opening hand on their side. I wonder if they keep that Oasis. I did not understand why they go Vet first instead of Magmar. Well, statistically, in Team Wars, if you look at the matchup numbers, Lionar is stronger against Magmar. I think the exception is if you're combo Elucidator Mag. Okay, that's not true anymore. Before, I don't even know what happened. Lionar was ahead of Magmar. They're about 50-50 now. They play Elucidator Mag. Do they? I mean, I haven't looked at the list. So. Let me look. That's a pretty good bet to make. You know your opponent well. And then I would also be surprised Mag didn't come in first over Vet. Vet has a decent matchup against Lionar though, right? So maybe they figured send Vet in now. Save your Magmar for after if Vet can get a win now. I can see why. I can see why. Not this Vet in your opinion? I don't know though. You do have one Sunbloom and a couple Shrouds in this list, so you do have the answer to Mechazor available. Anyway, we'll have to see how things turn out. Discounted spell cycling is going on. That's a lot of cycling. We do see the inner oasis. I almost said inner focus come down. Hey look, it's a at-home chassis of Mechazor. A do-it-yourself chassis. A little tougher than chassis too. Still 5 cards in hand after playing 4 cards on turn 2. It's not bad. It's decent cycling. Fairly sturdy board. Cranky. So you can play it slow, right? You could just develop Sunriser or something, or maybe double 2-drop. You could do 2 and 4 if you really want to ramp out board. I guess if you want to get rid of that Mana Forger, that might be a big concern, right? You know you don't want Mana Forger to stick, so maybe Martyrdom happens here. Yeah, I was thinking of this play. Develop Sunriser and Martyr. But I was thinking of doing it the other way. You could have disjointed Silverguard onto the top row for the turn. I don't think you care if you take 5. This is donating Silverguard to the helm, though. Chassis that will get martyred. Shows what you know. No, Mana Forger is the bigger threat. The chassis is big, but you don't martyr that when the Mana Forger is on board. You have to get rid of those forgers in this deck. That's how you get rolled over if you let them cycle too much. Huh. I see no reason not to just take this trade, dispel Sunriser, and then develop another Mana Forger and your wings. I guess Healing Mystic's okay here too. You don't have to play Mana Forger yet. Did we rope? That's a big error. Did not dispel and stayed in range of the AoE effect. That's a pretty big mistake. Top tier. I think Fair would have been in a fairly comfortable position, but they kind of are given an opportunity for Cranky Panda here to capitalize on. Holy Immo drawn. Holy Immo means Cranky can smash face and kill that health of Mechazor. What? Oh, double Healing Mystic? Double Healing Mystic's good too. Yeah. Double Healing Mystic develop board. It's like, why do you hit? You can just hold the Immo and you'll ping it for 2 and 4. No, this works. This is a good turn. Very smart to build the conga line, which prevents entropic decay from happening. This is where Mana Forger Suzuki First Wish or something comes in handy. But Mechazord decks do not typically run Syzygy, so that is off the table. Since Vitruvian's new Entropic Decay kind of forces this sort of positioning, I wonder if there's not some other card you can use to kind of punish this formation. I don't know what card it would be though, might not exist yet. Double Mana Forger. Killing Sunriser the hard way. Did the sand trap hit the middle one? Wouldn't it have made more sense to hit the one on the left just because the middle one can hit you anyway? I didn't see which one sand trap hit. Drop Holy Ammo. And reverse some Mana Forgers. Yeah, it did hit the middle one. So, not the best target, considering your positioning at the end there. I think if the left Mystic had been sand trapped, it would be grayed out. Yeah, I think so too. Alright, well, Fair is at only 40% mech, right? They only lost a wing and a helm. So they're in trouble. May want to... Oh, I'm not sure. If you play Entropic here, you get 2 kills, but then you can't heal with your Rejuvenator. Rejuvenator wings probably makes the most sense. Maybe you don't heal, you chance it, and then you develop wings and sword. Nope, not chancing it. I mean, it makes sense. Gonna need to offset that damage from clearing these mystics. I don't like that. That's a little bit better. Yeah, don't play in the Holy Imma again, right? Alright, Cranky can kill this Rejuvenator with Arclight Sentinel. Unfortunately not 8 mana, so they could use their face on Rejuve if they want to develop Iron Cliff. But you could also develop Sunriser with Arclight Sentinel and save some HP. That would also let you punch them in the face, depending on how you order it. Alright. Taking the 4 damage anyway. That's some nice staircasing right there. You don't usually have to worry about Star's Fury in the Mechazord variants. It's just too much clutter inside of the mech deck. Although sometimes there's like 1 copy present, but no need to worry in this situation. There has mechs. the mechs are here. One of them gets replaced. They only need 2 more, plus the wings to die. If they really want to, they could make their own Mechazor and put it in the corner right now while clearing out the Arclight and the Light Chaser. Hit with your wings on the Healing Mystic first. So the only thing left is a Sunriser. The only problem is you're at 13 HP standing next to a Sunriser. But you'll have a Mechazor. Choosing not to make Mechazor right now. So probably just playing minions and inner races. This is also a thing to do. Get some healthy mechs. Reinforced armor or something. I still feel that the inner races thing with Mechazor is kind of counterintuitive to what they want to do. But I guess since you have Entropic Decay now, maybe that offsets it a little bit. Killing you guys. And this Shroud is going to stall Mechazor probably long enough that it won't show up in this match. Unless there kills the sword in hand. Oh yeah, smork it up. Oh man, double Sunseer. Sunriser. Look at that damage. 6 HP left for there. Could do a double Entropic play and play Mechazor. No, can't do that. Doesn't have 9 mana. Might be screwed. Unfortunately, would have to like Entropic first, which would kill their helm. Mech percent is 60. That helm would be 80. They need to play the sword out of hand for 100. Yeah, one mech was dispelled. Alright, we're doing double Entropic. Okay, so they're not dead yet. Got 6 HP. Nothing can hit you on board. Cranky has an Iron Cliff though. Cranky almost snapped that Tempest. I mean, they could have snapped Tempest, but it wouldn't have killed. But yeah, this is probably better. Oh, Time Maelstroms! Can Thayer would have to draw Time Maelstrom number 2 and Siphon in order to get out of the situation, maybe. Well, they got the Siphon. They need to replace into a second Maelstrom. Oh, they just drew cards right away. I think he should have replaced first. Oh, Time Maelstrom was the second one off the top. I don't know if the game draws. Has anyone ever figured that out? When you replace, does it draw from the top of the deck, or does it just give you a random card from the deck? Does Duelyst even keep track of cards in an order in the deck? Or does it just randomly generate what you get every turn? Like, does anybody know that? I've always been curious. I don't think I've ever heard confirmation. Grinch had said something about that. Has to be re-randomized when you replace because the next card could be the same thing you're replacing. It's random. Oh. I mean, it makes sense that it's random because of the replace mechanic. I wasn't sure if, like, replace put the card randomly into the deck, but then it drew from the top. But yeah, I guess it's just re-randomized. Anyway, Mechazor going down. We have 2 decks left. Lionar doing their Lionar thing for the eggs. Magmar coming in now. So this is Lucy OTK, or Lucid OTK in this case. Trilucidator. Now, this Trilucidator deck, a little bit unorthodox. This one, unreliable, even. You're doing Trilucidator. There are only 2 elucidators, there are only 2 fractals, there's only 1 amp. There are 3 flashes, though, of course, there's 3 flashes. This is Magmar, but I don't like seeing, like, if you're doing a combo and you're not all in on the combo, I don't know if it's worth, unless you're doing control mag and then you just have 1 copy of the elucidator stuff as a backup. I think that's fine, but if you're a Lucid OTK deck and you only have 2 copies, I don't know about that. But then again, I don't know about Cosmic doing 48 card elucidator, and he made that work out the other day, as we saw. Cosmic swept his set to victory with 48 card Tri-Leak. Is there functionally any difference between randomly drawing and randomly shuffling cards back in? You mean as opposed to like a static list order? Currently, I don't think it matters, but if the deck hypothetically existed, they could play with that with future card design. If there was an order, it could matter. Since there is no order, that actually limits design space if there's no order. Somewhat. You restrict yourself a bit, take off some options and abilities you could come up with. Anyway, Young Silithar opener, Goblin Ward Buggy, Air Magmar play for the Prismatics. Good old design space meme. It's an actual thing to consider. They're bluffing about no order to deny that they replace cards to the top of the deck. Okay, you really gotta wonder about that replace bug if it's truly random. On CPGs, that was funny. Well, CPG had to do PR talk, especially when they got published by Bandai Namco, whoever the hell it was that gave them money. You're right, the source is public. People can go verify if you have the knowledge and know how. Nice double 2-drop opener from Cranky Panda. Light Chaser put in the Bladum opener position. For Duelyst 1, when I was in the treehouse, I was one of the people concerned when switching to one card. So, I don't know how long they discussed that change internally, but when they brought it to us to test, they gave it to us literally 1 week before they dropped it. They're like, alright guys, we're switching to 1 card draw, and this is non-negotiable. And we were all like, what? What? And then we had to test things that they were swapping. Is like over 60 cards changing because of 1 draw. It was quite a busy week. Catered to the Hearthstone normies. I won't like... The only thing I can say, and I have no hard feelings to any of the CPG guys. They were good guys. I was fairly friendly with Deceptical. I was definitely talking with Shiseki and stuff. Talked with Eric Lang a little bit. The main thing that I remember, I didn't say it, but that's 1 Elucidator out of 2 down for the OTK deck, so they only have 1 left. But the main thing they told me when they did the switch is that they felt they couldn't design anything new in 2-draw. They felt like there were design problems with 2-draw, so that was their stance on it largely. At least that's what they told me. That's all the information I can share there. Yo, Eggmorph got used. I think that's the first? It might be the second Eggmorph in Team Wars. We haven't seen it for a really long time, though. This list, it does have full control options to stall out the game. Dancing Blades featured as well. No Ladylock, though. They're gonna have to draw extremely well to close the game out. We're looking for a 1 of Amp, a 1 of Elucidator left, a Flash, and 1 of 2 Fractals. In the meantime, Metamorphosis probably answers this Ironcliff Guardian. Not too worried about going down to 19 or 18 here, since you have healing in hand. Yeah, actually just threw away Earthsphere. I don't know about that. Replace... Could probably ditch 1 of the 2 Harvesters. You're not playing 1 on this turn. You can just save 1 for the next turn. Get him to change to 3-draw. 3 draws would be wild. That's a lot of draw. Alright, well, Flash in hand. Cranky... Probably just ignore that Silithar, right? What was this 1/1? I already forget what just transformed. You could kill the Silithar if you want to, double 3-drop. Just had a great idea for a Gate to the Undervault rework only 2 weeks after the design contest finished. Oh wait, Duelyst General have a design contest? I don't hang out there as much as I probably should. It's just too much information, right? So I don't always see everything that's happening on Dio. I didn't realize there was a design contest. I have heard that the streamer cards are almost finished though. Not sure if they'll make it in the next patch, but it seems like the Kickstarter, not streamer, the backer, Kickstarter backer cards for the latest Kickstarter are almost done art-wise. So that's exciting. I might consider a Commentator here because you could Flash Meta Harvester on 8. It's just so good. I know you take another 3. You should be okay though. Taking another 3 against Linar in this situation. Looks like Goblin War Buggy. Maybe not. No, I would have killed this Silver Guard Knight. And this does 2 damage to everything on board. But your precious Harvester is now in jeopardy. Fate said 2 to 3 months. Ah, 2 to 3 months. That's still a little bit of time then. 2 to 3 months. I wonder if the new client engine will be done by then. This play didn't seem right to you? No, the play was a little weak. I also wouldn't have opted for just Harvester Flash Healing Mystic. They probably don't want to rely on Meta Flash Harvester strictly because you know you want your Flash for Elucidator combo, obviously. But if you have to do it, can win you the game. Chaos cards are actually coming out tomorrow. That would be pretty wild. What do you think they're gonna do for the next patch, everyone? It's almost the end of June, right? We're already halfway through this month. Are they just gonna change a few cards, or will there be some surprises thrown in? Maybe it'll be a low quality patch month. They don't really need to change a whole lot, right? I haven't seen as much complaining, at least I think so. And just generally the Shanghai is a little, I don't know, a wee bit out there, but people seem content with the current state of balance. You really want to redo the matchmaking division system in time for July? Oh, is that stuff getting updated? I didn't know that. Is that getting like reworked in the divisions? No more diamond, no more S and whatnot, or maybe that's too sophisticated. I don't know. I guess I'll just look forward to whatever happens. Anyway, should probably commentate on this match here. I mean, we have Lion-R and Magmar's standoff going on. I didn't even really pay attention. Did Commentator just take out the Light Chaser and do some face damage? I wasn't... It's like unfocused because I was lost in thought. Make matchmaking MMR-based, decouple divisions from winning more than losing. Alright. Damn, that was a pretty good turn from Cranky Panda. A lot of burst. Thanks to Sunriser's ability. Metamorphosis is not gonna be good enough. And you get a full clear. You're at 4. We have to dodge another holy emote or Tempest. Oh, they dodged it. Do you assert dominance and Circle of Life the Blood Tier Alchemist? Nah, of course you play Grandmasters here. Why wouldn't you? Yeah, if matchmaking is MMR based, are the divisions going to be MMR too? So instead of just linearly going up with chevrons, you might rank up based on your rating instead. I'd be quite curious. Something in between. What No Edne suggested. Second egg morph coming in handy. Dancing Blade also coming in handy. Yeah, I think this Magmar could use a drink of that Sundrop Elixir. It would only be polite. Alright, Cranky gets the lethal with Sunriser on the replace. Couple combo pieces at the end. That game kind of went how I suspected it would likely go, though. I think the only turn that I would have done differently was that Spirit Harvester play, and then see how the match turned out from there. But other than that, I forgot to unhighlight the icon. So the eggs are up by 4. There's only a Lionar left for the Prismatic Illusionist. It is do or die time. They must have the superior Lionar deck to reverse sweep. I like the name on this one. Healthy Schedule. Healing Lionar. We have Sinja. We have Arclight Regalia. One of Decimate being added in. Couple of Lightbenders instead of the one Shroud, one Lightbender split that we tend to see. Both decks, I would say, equally strong against each other. I'm quite curious to see how this turns out, but this could be the end if the eggs want it bad enough. It's Cranky versus 0_. Ziran versus Argion. Duelyst extremely favored in the mirror, you think? I think with Arclights, you having no Rust Crawlers and the fact that they have Singes, yeah, I can see them being favored. I don't know if I would say extremely favored. It's still largely a mirror match. You also have Zeers you can potentially hop into. If worse comes to worse. Alright, Windblade opener is met with 2-drop Martyrdom. Pretty good response from Cranky Panda. Zero, undeterred, may deploy 2 more Windblade adepts. Where the one brother falls, the rest of the troops will pick up the slack. He went second 3 games in a row. Look, I'm telling you right now, I haven't gotten all of the data. And I'm too lazy to go through it, to calculate it. But I am very confident that at least for the Team Wars series, all 9 weeks, Player 2 has won more than Player 1. I can almost guarantee Player 2 wins more than Player 1 does. That's just for Team Wars, though. I think based on Nangert's stats, they're close to 50-50. But does Player 1 tie more than Player 2? You know, that's a good question. We've only had 3 ties. I'd have to see how that played out. I think there's only been 3 draws in Team Wars. Nangert's stats are the same as what you've been saying. Yeah, Nangert's website is an excellent way of seeing the ladder stats currently. Between even, Player 1 advantage is negligible, but if you're better than the opponent, Player 1 advantage grows. Are we talking like significantly? Like trumping a bronze level? I do think there is a skill gap. You know, this game is very complex. A lot of players don't know how to position correctly. Especially when they're on the play, so yeah, I can see that. But I feel like that's at an extreme skill gap difference. But it wouldn't be anyone who's participating in Team Wars quality. That would be like bronze, silver quality against the top of the top. We're doing a really good job at deleting each other's boards here, but Arclight Regalia is equipped. Cranky is going to need to find a good solution for this. They can just Holy Immo right here, take off 2 charges if they want. When we look at S rank versus Diamond, there's a 5% win rate difference between P1 P2. Top players kind of get that feel that P1's better, because on ladder most of them perform better as P1. Maybe out of curiosity I'll type in a bunch of names on Nangert's website and look at all their Player 1 versus Player 2 ratios. Because I know there's like the feeling that P1 is advantaged, but I wonder if it's just a feeling, you know? Damn, Cranky is at 9 HP to 17. This is looking dire for Cranky. They do have a Zir, can't just jump into it though. Maybe you could play your 3-drop and 2 2-drops. Alright, going with a Martyr play to get rid of Windblade. Cranky could stay here to, like, play around a holy immo. Yeah, it does stay in place. If they have the martyr for the provoke, there's not really a point to moving left to. You may as well just stay next to your opponent. I don't remember what my own stats look like on the website. I don't know how I compare with my first versus second rating. I'm probably about even. Ugh. Getting a little tired, sorry for the yawn. It's been a long night, 5.5 hours of Duelyst, and we still have some to go. Unless it ends here. Zero is really reluctant to play that. They don't want to heal Cranky. And I think with the cards in their hand, they kind of had no other Well, you know what? I wonder if Zero should have, after Martyr, walked to the right and decimated. Oh no, decimate doesn't work. It's still next to you in general. Yeah, never mind. They had no other alternative. I was just wondering if they could keep their armor on. They were very advantaged with it. And decimate not so great in the Lionar match when half of their minions have the Zeal keyword. We are still trading blows. Decimate gets replaced. Sinja a little bit better. Possibly. Can only kill one of the two things. Sinja Sundrop seems like a very reasonable turn. Take out Sunriser, of course. We're thinking about it. I mean, you can't do a Holy Immo play. Tempest doesn't make sense. I guess it just comes down to where do you want to be standing with your Sinja. You could just stay here. You could take center tile and then put Sinja above Cranky. Could do this. I kind of like the preservation of the Sundrop elixirs. 15 HP, you're not likely to die to just Rejuvenator. So, you know, if you happen to draw a Sunriser, it could be good to hold those Sundrops. Would have been a cool clear. Sinja could be next to both minions. Would have been. I mean, I don't know if it would have cleared both. He could only punch one thing, but... Oh, you could have... Oh, yeah, you could have Sundropped the proc Sunriser. Yeah. That could have been a spicy play. Damn, Cranky fearlessly tanking a Sinja to take it out. These two toe-to-toe and deleting their boards every single turn. I don't think a single minion has lasted more than one turn in this whole game. Well, one thing probably lasted one turn. Once again, Zero thinking about their... Don't... Yeah, you could put Arjun into the Zir. You could just heal them for 12 and then equip an armor. I would probably heal them for 12 and equip an armor. You don't want them to have 5 attack. Manly Lionar gameplay. No, this is a mistake. Surely it's better to martyr. You have Regalia. Why would you give them 5 attack power? Just give them 10 HP. If you want a Tempest first. I think Tempest first was a good idea. Should have healed them for 10 though. That's a mistake. Cranky, you're gonna be happy with that turn of events, I think. Because they can fend off a Regalia now. They are capped at 12 HP though. Cranky has an army entering the board. Dumping their hand. I call forth my yellow weenies. I think they did it because they have 6 damage bursts in hand. I mean, if you have 6 damage bursts, just do it to the Arjun body. Right? Why would you do it to the Zir body? You can just hit Arjun. See, that attack right there wouldn't have happened. Just saying. Also, I think preserving Double Tempest, I would have saved Double Tempest in case I get swarmed on the next turn. Double Tempest would have completely crushed you right here. Oh man, what a match. Zero's in a tough spot. They can kill 2 things with a Holy Immo, and then they can Martyrdom the Silver Guard Knight. It's also, if you top deck an Iron Cliff or something big, they can martyr and then blow through it. I suppose... No. Because we're saying if Cranky top decks the Iron Cliff, right? I don't think you put the enemy general in the Zir when your game plan is to win with Arclight Regalia value. That's all I'm saying. I think that was the mistake. I don't think I would do this Holy Immo either. Opponent is down to 2. You are down to 9. So it's a gamble. They're down to 2 cards. I can understand why we're doing this. Enemy general is provoked. See, instead of Tempest and Holy Immo face, I would have mysticked and Holy Immo the bottom right corner. Lionar Russian roulette. It really is. There's another Zir! He's going in! He's been revived. The armor's broken. We're naked. This is actually quite the hard-hitting game. It is fun to watch this play out. Stakes are high, tensions are high, the Lionars are high. Maybe, maybe not. Who doesn't have Zero in the chamber? Well, Zero underscore doesn't have Zero in the chamber. I suppose. Two generals already dead. Yeah, Arjun's corpse and one Zero corpse are on the ground. This other asshole riding the lion showed up in the battle though. If Egg lost one more game, you would have been out of top 4. Yeah, thank Cranky for having a good line art performance. Yeah, I do know the rankings were extraordinarily close, which makes it exciting. Spoilers. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. There's still one more set to cover. I'm not going to do it tonight because I'm getting tired. I will stream tomorrow, the last set, and we will see the finale of the round robin. And then talk about what's going to happen with the rest of the tournament. Still a top 4 elimination bracket to be played out. So we're not quite done, but we're nearly done. Almost there. The end of the Team Wars. Alright, Zero will hang on just barely. Cranky could... I was gonna say you could either fish for lethal. They have one more Tempest left, right? Or you could trust in this Iron Cliff instead. I think trusting in Iron Cliff is smarter. I'm doing another anti-MO position. We're in top deck mode. Hey, you fish for MO lethal. Yeah, I guess MO was the... You didn't need to keep the Tempest, yeah. You either draw another Tempest or you draw an MO. That was the only out of hand damage. Actually, Arclight Sentinel would have also... No, you didn't have a minion on board, never mind. Forget my random thoughts. Would not be good enough. Zero is going to have to strongly consider Dispel and run away. Oh, no, I think that was a mistake. I know you... well, I guess you had to, right? Kill that. You can't really rely on Mystic to protect you back alone, but yeah, I guess you had to kill that. Oh, jeez. They can't finish each other off. Does Cranky hit here? Go down to 6? Do you just set up Silver Guard and pass? Cranky's all in. This poor Decimate card getting no value. You flipped a coin about whether to hit. Coin said no twice. You said fuck the coin. Oh, I thought you abided by all of the tarot and superstitious shenanigans. Denying the coin. Hey, playing Team Wars is just playing Duelyst with 5 other voices in a voice call in your head. You know, if you all get together and arguing over what the most efficient play is at any given point in time. AKA, it's fun. If you're on my teams, it's me and Sun, Kieran, and Zohan typing. Are they antisocial? That's okay. I can be pretty shy too. Cranky's done it. They've got a holy ammo. They've got lethal. They didn't even need the holy ammo at the end there. What an epic Lionar mirror match to close out that set for the day. So the eggs take it over Blatham's Miscalculators for the win, and that will secure their place in the top 4. I think 3rd place, because we've already confirmed 1st and 2nd with the Juve's game and the Humans game. So 4th place is depending on stats and numbers and things, but I won't talk about it now. We have one more set to cover, but like I said, that'll be it for tonight. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'll stream again tomorrow, probably at 6:30 Eastern. Yeah, probably. It's just the time that works for me. We only have one more set to cover, and that'll be the end of the round robin portion of Team Wars. So look forward to that. Hope you all have a good night. Thanks for watching.